Hello everyone, welcome to our comprehensive course on mastering video editing with DaVinci Resolve software. Whether you are a beginner or have some experience with video editing, this course is designed to take your skills to the next level. By the end of this course, you will be able to create professional quality videos and perform advanced editing techniques similar to those used by popular YouTubers like Magnets Media. DaVinci Resolve is currently on trending in the market. It is free and it allows you to create normal editing videos and advanced VFX videos in just single software. You don't need to have two different softwares for editing and VFX. All things you can do in this single software. So as soon as you guys open DaVinci Resolve, you can see a small pop-up window will open where you can see all of your recent projects. But for now, let's create a new project and you can name your project. For now, let's name it Module 1 and click on Create button. And as soon as you do that, it will create an empty project for us. So when you first create your project, you will be landed on this cut page first. This is just for cutting out or trimming out our clips. We will rarely gonna use this page, to be honest. Let me first show you the project settings we are on. Here from the bottom right corner, you can click on the settings icon. The main thing to notice here is the resolution. We are on a 1920 and 1080p. You can change your resolution here. You can go 4K if you want. We are okay with this resolution, alright. And the second thing is the frame rate, FPS. We are currently on 24 FPS. If you want, you can change the FPS to 60 FPS. Let's keep it on 24 for now. The main thing to notice is you can change your resolution throughout your project anytime. In the middle of the editing, the end of the editing, anytime. But the FPS part, you can only set it at the beginning of the project. Suppose if you have started editing on 24 FPS, you cannot change it later, right? So just keep in mind in what FPS you want to create your video. We are going to use 24 FPS for now. Let's hit save. So let me first introduce you to this all sort of pages. DaVinci Resolve follows a page-like structure. So all of these pages have their own workspaces and have their different tasks. For example, for normal editing, we are going to use editing page most of the time. For advanced visual effects, we are going to work on Fusion page. And similarly, for color grading, we have a different color page, especially designed for color grading. And same for audio editing, we have a page named Fairlight for audio editing. We can say that it is a combination of different softwares which you can switch on anytime. You don't have to depend on different kind of various softwares to perform different tasks. This is the power of DaVinci Resolve, guys. So let me tell you a little about the media page and what are its advantages. In the media page, you can import any local files into your project and keep them properly organized. Let me show you how it works. So here you can see it is showing me all the files, local files in my system. You can just navigate to the folders where your files are. Let's suppose I want to import this video. If I double click on this, it will show me all the video metadata, all the details, like this video is of 24 FPS. If we import it here, yeah, so the pop-up will show up. Change the project frame rate, because you know we have set our project FPS to 24 FPS and this video has 25 FPS, and I already told you cannot change your FPS after we have started the editing. But right now we haven't started editing yet, so it is still asking us, do you want to change the project FPS according to this clip? But what we are going to do is we will select don't change it. We want to have our video to be 24 FPS only. This will convert this video to be 24 FPS. So every clip we are going to import is converted according to the FPS defined by our projects. And you can import different sorts of clips here. What you can do to organize your project, you can create folders. In DaVinci Resolve we call it bin. Select new bin. You can give it name like B-rolls, for example. Just I'm giving any name. You can just drag it into the B-roll folder, and if you select it, this will show up here. So structuring is very important when you are dealing with the large size projects. Suppose if you want to import some music, you can create a new bin for like music. Here you can import different music from your local systems. In music also you can nest another folder, named it sound effects. This is for sound effects. So this is how you play with it. You can import any file in this, so it will be in its folder. Let's jump to the edit page for now. 70 and 80% of the time we are only focusing on this editing page. Okay, so right now we are on the edit page and these are the same clips we have imported in the media page. Now from here we can easily import these clips into our timeline. So you can just easily drag and drop to put it into our timeline, but I will show you a better way to do this. But please let me introduce you to our best friend, which is this source viewer. This source viewer is very handy and very useful, and you are gonna use this most of the times. So you can double click any video to view it into this source viewer. Now this source viewer has many features. You can just simply watch your video before importing it into our timeline, but it has some main very good features to it. First of all, you can just simply drag and drop if you find your desired video, just like we did from the media pool. It will work as same. Now suppose if you want to import only this certain part of the video, not the whole video. So what you can do is you can just select only that particular part and import it into our timeline. To select that particular 2 points, we are going to use the keyboard shortcut I and O for in and out. Suppose from here I want to start the selection, so I will press I, and up till here I want to keep the video, so I will press O. So here you can see it will add some 2 markers and it is highlighting that particular section, and if you then drag it, it will only import that particular part. So this saves a lot of time and it is very user friendly. The second thing is, suppose if you want to import only the video, then you can see there is this video icon. If you hold it and then drag it into the timeline, it will import only the video, and same goes for the audio. If you hold and drag the video with the second icon, so it will only import the audio. Alright, now if you move the first clip around in the timeline, you can see because the audio and video are linked, it will move together. So to unlink it or to fix this problem, just right click on any of the clip and uncheck the link option. So now both the videos and audio are not linked together, they are separate and they can move separate from each other. And in the same way, you can again link them by selecting both the audio and video, right click and check the link option. Now they are linked and move together again. And it's not just that we can link the audio and video of the same clip. We can also link the audio and video from 2 different clips. For example, in this video, I will use the audio from this another video. Let's drag the audio from this clip. Let's delete this audio for now and align it anywhere you want. And if you select it, right click and check the link clips option, it will link them. So now these 2 videos are linked and they can be moved together. Okay. So for now, just let me quickly remove all of these clips by pressing the delete key or Ctrl X. And by the way, you don't need to go to media page every time you want to import some video. Here is our media pool. This is the very important place which we are interested in. You can directly import the videos from here also. This is the same file structure which we have refined. So in the B-roll folder, I will import some sample video to edit just like this. We have the video. I will import only the video part. So let me quickly show you all kind of different tools and operations you can use on your clip. So in DaVinci Resolve, there are many tools and operations you can perform on the clip. But for now, to keep it easy, I will only going to show you the very essential parts, which will be more than sufficient for very advanced editing also. And we will cover the rest of the tools in further throughout our video. So first of all, you can put as many clips you want on top of each other. For example, let's import this clip into our timeline. Just select it and drag it like this and put it on top of this clip. And you can see the clip that is on the top will be the one visible on this screen. You can put as many layers you want of different videos. Even it can be an image also. If I put this PNG image on the top, you can see it will show like this. Also have a look at our timeline. If we increase the number of videos in our timeline, the number of video tracks are also going to increase automatic. So I'm showing you this because later on we will be using this a lot when we will be doing some advanced editing. We will use multiple layers. So you all should be expert in handling multiple layers. So play with it and practice a bit using layers. Okay, so let's remove this from here by pressing this delete key. So first of all, how you can trim your clips. There are multiple ways to do. For example, you can see here the default cursor. You can see our mouse cursor. The default cursor will be this arrow icon, right? Which is the selection mode. Now similarly, if you press this blade icon or press the shortcut key B, you can see your cursor will change in the form of a blade. Even it will work like a blade now. So wherever you press the left arrow key, it will make a cut to your clip. So again, to go into selection mode, you need to click this arrow icon or you can press keyboard shortcut A. Alright, so you can use your mouse normally. There's another and better way to cut your clips, and which will save a lot of time, which is using shortcut. To use this orange line is our playhead. So keep our playhead where you want to make the cut and then just select the clip. This is very important. You need to select the clip. So just press keyboard shortcut Ctrl and B. This will divide the clips in two parts. And if you want to trim certain part, again press Ctrl B. Delete this part by pressing Ctrl and X, and then you can just simply drag it here. So that particular part was trimmed out. I'm again saying you to make this cut. Please select the clip, otherwise what will happen is, for example, suppose there is one video or image, suppose there is two videos or image or many videos or image in your timeline, and if you, without selecting any particular clip, if you press Ctrl and B, it will, you can see, make the cut on all of the videos and layers in this timeline. So this all have been cut. It can be useful in some cases, but if you want to trim particular clip, so keep in mind that you are selecting the clip. So there is another way to trim this clip. Just put your mouse cursor at the corner of this clip and your cursor will change in this icon. By this tool also you can trim your clip or extend it if you want. So this is also helpful in some cases. For example, if you want to fill this gap, so you can just simply hold it and extend the duration of the clip. Alright guys, so now we will see how we can perform different transform operation on our clip. So we have our clip, and from the right side we have inspector option. You can toggle it on and off. We have multiple sections like cropping, composite. First we'll see the transform one. So here with this first one you can zoom in and out to the clip. So what you need to do is just place your cursor on this input box and hold it, just drag it to the right side, so it will zoom in. If you drag your mouse to the left side, it will zoom out. You can see this is zooming out and this is zooming in. So from here you can control it. Also this link option is selected by default. If you deselect it, now only the horizontal part will zoom in and zoom out, not the vertical part. And if you do the same with the Y option, the vertical part will move. And if you press this reset icon, it will reset the original zoom of the video. Same with the position. With X position you can change horizontal position of the clip, and with Y position you can change the vertical position of the clip. You can double click or press the reset icon, it will reset the position. Same with the rotation angle, this can rotate your clip if you want. So let me introduce you the anchor point. This is just set the center point of the clip. So based on that center clip, your zoom will happen. For example, if the anchor point is here, the shoes, so if you zoom in, out and in, it will consider that as center point. Suppose if you are zoomed in, alright, you don't want the center of the clip after the zoom out to be this part, so you can just change the anchor point here. Let's say here, this point I want to use as anchor point. So this whole zoom in and zoom out will be happen with respect to this point. So if I now zoom in, it will zoom the clip with respect to that anchor point. The pitch is just transform your clip into another direction. Same with the yaw. Alright, I will just reset this for now. Yeah, so transform is done. Flip also, you can flip your clip horizontal or vertical as you want. Now the cropping will, as you know, crop the image. Now for cropping, I want to insert some different video for this. So this is our clip. Alright, if I crop this, crop left, it will crop it from the left part. You can see crop top will crop it from the top part, crop bottom will be from the bottom, and this is how it will crop. It's very simple, as its name says. It will just crop your clip. The softness, if you increase the softness, it will change the hardness of the corners. This is how cropping works. So yeah, one more thing, there is this master reset button of all these operations. So if you press this, all of the values will be reset of that particular section. Now the composite mode, you can change and play with the composite mode of the clip in the composite mode section. You can set many different composite modes to your clip. These are the very common you will see in every photo editor or video editor app. One more thing, you can change the opacity of your clip from here. Okay guys, so now I will show you different ways to change the speed of your clip. I am using this clip to show you the demo. So in DaVinci Resolve, first thing you notice here in the inspector, there is a speed change option. Here you can change your speed by percentage or by frame. So to not make you confused, I will use the percentage value. So if I move my cursor on this input box and decrease its value, you can see now it is 56% the speed of the clip. So our video is now play at 50% speed, which is slow. But here's one problem. To maintain the length of the video, what DaVinci Resolve do is, it will cut your video. For example, let's see if I have changed the speed drastically to 11%. So see, if I play it, you notice the length of the video is still the same, but if I now play it, because it is playing slow, and up till here the length of the video is done. So after this point we don't have a video. To get our video back, you just need to drag it from here, so we will get our video back. But there is a better way to change the speed of your clip, and that is the retime control. So let me introduce you to retime control. This tool is especially designed to manipulate the speed of your clip. These are many more advanced features to it to control the speed. To use this, just right click on your clip and select retime controls, and you can see you have this blue markers type UI changed, which is showing this retime control is on. You can turn it off and turn it on again, and it has the shortcut key Ctrl+R to enable and disable this retime control UI. Let me close this media also to have some more space to work with. Alright, so in retime control, the first advantage of retime control is it will not cut your clip, don't worry. Rather, it will just increase the length of the clip. So how you can use it? Make sure the retime control is enabled, and if you move your cursor at the end of the clip, you will notice this icon which tells you to stretch your clip. If you hold it and stretch it like this, you will notice that our speed is changing. If you increase the length of the clip, the speed will decrease. Alright, because yeah, that makes sense. If a clip plays slow, it will take more time, and hence the length of the video will be more, right? So it will not cut your clip. That is the best part. Change it like 50% also, so it will just make the length double of the original video, because it will take more time to play. Yeah, so this is the basic. But that is not only the main feature of the retime control. With retime control, you can add some speed points to a clip. Suppose let's change it to 100% again, and suppose from this point up till this point you can add speed points to it. Suppose from here I want to add a speed point by clicking on this black arrow and add a speed point. So you can see there's this little playhead appear in our timeline. Increase the length of the timeline. Yeah, you can see it, right? What this point will do. So this little playhead also had 2 points. You can drag your little playhead from upside also and from downside also. So if you drag it from the upside, it will change the speed of the left side of it. Left side of the clip. Just the same way we do it here. Here also we can do the same point, but the thing is, now you can see in your clip up till this particular point your clip will play at 59% speed, and then it will play at 100% of the speed. See, this is slow, and after this point this is again fast. And of course you can add as many speed point you want, and as I told you, the left part of this playhead will be affected. And also, what if I will drag it from the bottom part? So you know what, if you drag your playhead from the upper part, it will change the speed of the clip, but if you hold it and drag it from the bottom part, it will just change the position of the clip. If you want to adjust the positions of the speed points, you can do this. Alright, for your example, let's create a real life speed ramp effect with this. So let me just undo all of this. So let's back to 100% again. Let's trim your clip first. I want it to start it from here. Again press Ctrl+R to open the retime control. Now see, I want it up till here. I want the speed to be more till this point, the point of impact. So I will just add a speed point here. Now what I will do is I will drag it to the left side to increase the speed of the clip. As you can see, this is 161% right now. I will increase it more, 200%. Let's see. So what I will do is I will change the speed from here. I need to make it very slow, like 40%. So this part is slow. Now from here I want to again make it fast. So I'll add another speed point, and I will make this 140%. So this is how you can see a very beautiful speed ramp effect. So something is missing out. This is not smooth. The transition between this speed, sudden change of the speed is not smooth. Like here it is very fast and suddenly it becomes slow. So it doesn't look cool, right? So what you can do is you can smooth out the transition. To do this, we will use a retime curve. This was retime control. I will just again uncheck it, and below this you can see we have retime curve. If I press this, you can see here the graph appears. This graph is showing the speed change. So if I just increase the length of it, so you will see it better. So to smooth this out, what you need to do is select this drop down and select retime speed, not frame. Alright, so here you can see it will show you these 2 points. Here we suddenly drop the speed, and from here we suddenly increase the speed. Alright, so what you need to do is just select this key point where our speed is going to decrease and select this option. This will smooth out the transition, as you can see. So if I play it now, it will, you can see it will make a smoothness to our transition. Yeah, that looks cool. And same we will do this with this point also. You can again play with this to make it more smooth. So now if I play it, it will smooth out the video. And one more thing you can do is, suppose if your video is not of 60 fps or more fps, and if you change the speed to around 40 or less than that, so it will not look good because we have less fps. So to fix this, you can come in retime scaling, and the retime process, just use optical flow and motion estimation to enhance better, and this will make your video look smooth. Okay, so that looks cool. Now I want you to know 2 more things. The first one is you can freeze any frame. For example, first let me close this media pool. Okay, so we have this video. Suppose here I want to freeze this particular frame. I will make cut. I will make 2 cuts actually, and now for this center video I will again come in speed change, and I will press this icon. This shows the freeze icon. I will press this, and you can see this is freeze. I will just zoom the timeline from here. Yeah, you can see this icon. It's showing that this frame is freeze now. If you see, this is freeze, and again it will play. So you can increase the duration of the time. Let me zoom out. Let's drag it to the right. From this, if you move your cursor at the right side of the clip with this icon, you can just drag it to increase the length and duration of the video. So this is how it will look. Alright, the first one is freezing. The second one is you can reverse your clip. Suppose let's delete this one. Let's duplicate this. You can duplicate your clip by holding Alt and drag it up. I'm holding Alt, just drag it upside like this, so it will create a copy of the clip. Or you can just simply do Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V. This will do the same job. So what we will do is we will reverse this particular clip. So to reverse the clip, again go in speed change and press this icon. This will change the direction of the clip. So this will play in reverse from here onward. Let's play it. Okay, so you can make some really cool speed ramp effects with these 3 basic tools of speed manipulation. Now let's talk about the aspect ratio. So but if you want to create your video or a reel for Instagram reel, so what you can do is either manually change the aspect ratio or just check this use vertical resolution. So it will change the resolution. If we click save, then you can see this will convert it into the vertical resolution. To fix the black borders, you can just zoom your clip full, and you can edit in this resolution if you want. So this is how you can do it. Let's change it back to the normal resolution and just double click to reset the zoom. So I have introduced you about the media pool. I have tell you about the inspector menu. Now it's time to introduce you to this effects panel. So here we have all sorts of effects you can apply to your clip. So they are divided into different categories. We will use most of the effect throughout our course, but for now just let me quickly tell you some of the effects we can use right now. So in open effects, you can see we have different kind of blur effects. For example, let's choose the Gaussian blur. You can just simply drag the effect and simply drop it to your clip, and you can see our video is now blurred. You can change the setting of the effects in this effects option. Now one more thing to notice here. If you applied the effects, the clip will show this FX icon here. And another thing, in inspector menu, this icon was previously disabled. Now it is enabled because we have applied effects. In effects, it will show you what effect you have applied. You can toggle this effect on and off. You can change the strength of the blur. So every effect have this different values of effects you can modify. you can also delete the effect. So this effect is deleted. Let's add zoom blur. So this is different kind of blur, so it is different settings. So you have all this different effect you can use. Let's add some binocular effects. Now let's see different types of title presets we have in DaVinci Resolve. So DaVinci Resolve have some pre-made presets for you to just drag and drop. So you need to go into this effects again, and here you can see the titles option. Just go into it, and here you can see all sorts of different kind of title presets you can use directly in your project. For example, see this left lower third. If you hover over it, you can preview it in our source viewer. You can see this one, middle lower third, right lower third. To use it, just hold it and drag it onto our timeline. It will show it like this. It will also act as a layer. You can add multiple layers, but we don't want that for now. So from here you can see in the inspector again, you can change the text, colors, and these are the properties you can play with. For example, you can change the rich text, the title, let's say beach, and with family, anything you can write here. You can change the color. Alright, okay, so here you can see you can change the font also, and you have certain properties you can use. These are for alignments. From here you can zoom the size of these text. For now, just let's reset it. So there are already some pre-made templates for you, like this basic text, lower middle third, middle lower third, and here you can see some fusion titles also, like it has some animations to it. For example, this clean and simple, this center reveal. See this, it will look like something like this. Let's see this one. Okay, so there are some very cool pre-made templates for you already. You can just hover over it and it will just play it in the source viewer. There's this digital glitch one. So yeah, there are some very cool title preset or text presets you will get here. But what most people and what we also will going to use is this text plus node. Why? Because text plus node has so many customizations you can do to it. Here you can just go into the shading, you can add outlines or this shadow or even many kind of things. So this text plus will give you so much more customizations than other tools. You can use any of this if you want, but you must and you should learn this text plus node. When we come to advanced typography section, we will in our upcoming modules gonna use this text plus, so you will get it clear. Okay, let's continue to our next modules. Okay guys, so now it's time to learn about the must known essential things of DaVinci Resolve. Without those things, DaVinci Resolve is incomplete. If you are using DaVinci Resolve, you must know these 3-4 things. So let's start it. So let's start with the first thing, which is the adjustment clip. Adjustment clip is a very useful thing in DaVinci Resolve. It helps us in many ways to speed up the workflow. I'll just quickly show you some of the use cases of adjustment clip. Just come into again effects, go to the effects, and here you can see the adjustment clip. Just drag it onto the clip of your videos. So now nothing has happened because we haven't done anything to it. So adjustment clip is like whatever you do on this adjustment clip, the effects will show on the clips beneath it, below it. Whatever you will do on this adjustment clip, the results of that clip will be shown to the underlying videos below this adjustment clip. For example, see this. We have seen that we can transform these zoom in videos through this transform controls. Same thing you can do with the adjustment clip also. You can see here you can transform the videos, you can change the position, you can do all sorts of things which you can do with the normal clip. So why should we use the adjustment clip? Suppose if let's quickly reset it. Suppose in this video you want it to be this suppose this video you want it to be zoomed like this, and in the next video, in this video also you want to zoom it like this much, and again in same video you also need to zoom it like this much. So you need to do it with every single clip to make it with the same aspect ratio. So to fix this, what you can do is just drag your adjustment clip to the all of the clips and only make the adjustment on this adjustment clip. Like I will zoom it. So what it will do is, you can see all videos have same zoom. This is the first use case. The second use case is, you can even add effects to your adjustment clip the same way we add effects to our normal clips. Like go into this open effects, and I showed you how to use this blur effects. So just drag this Gaussian blur onto your adjustment clip, and you can see our video is blurred. You can adjust the blurs in the effects from inspector menu, from inspector option. But the thing you can notice is the effects is now on this adjustment layer, not on the clips. Here you can see effect option is disabled. So in the adjustment clip we have this blur effect. So thing to notice here is, wherever the adjustment clip is available, all the clips beneath it have the same blur effect. So you don't need to apply the blur effect to all the clip. If you want to apply same effect to all of your clips, you can use adjustment clip like this. You can use any effect on this adjustment clip, and that will be applied to all the clips beneath it. So you can see how useful this adjustment clip is. You can save a lot of your time and speed up your workflow, and it is very handy to use. Some more use cases we are going to see in further throughout our course, don't worry. Now the next essential thing is the solid color or the background layer. So just remove this adjustment clip from here right now and come to our generators tab. Here you can see we have the solid color. Just drag it the same way you drag the adjustment clip, and you can see it is just the black normal background layer. This has many use cases. You can use this. You can first of all change the color from here. Just pick a nice any color you want. Let's say this color. You can use this color as your base. You can add text to it and start editing. But the most common use cases for this is, like, now to be honest, this has many use cases. Either you can use it as a base or just place it on your video and just change its composite mode to give a different tone to your video. Like here you can see. You can use it in as many ways as your mind allows. You can here even crop this from here. You can add text to this box. Also, I forgot to tell you, you can also transform your text position from the settings tab. You can even crop it a little more from the top and from the bottom, and you can adjust its position from here. It will act as a typography effect. You can crop it a bit more. If you want, you can animate the crop. For example, let's see. For example, I will make keyframe here on the right, crop right part, and move some frame forward. Again make a keyframe, go back to the previous keyframe, and I'll increase its value. So it will work as an animation, like see this. Don't worry about the animation for now. We have a separate module for animation where I will teach you all about this keyframing. But for now I just wanted to tell you all the possibilities of using this solid color. So now let's come to the third most essential thing you must know about DaVinci Resolve, and that is the power bins. You can enable power bins. You can see when you go to the media pool, and here you have this section of power bins. If you don't see this section, just make sure to enable it from here. Power bin is a very powerful bin. Suppose you have created this effect from very hard work, this particular effect. What you can do is, you can save it as a preset in power bins for further use in as many different projects you want. What you need to do is just simply drag this solid color into the Power Bean. So you can see in Power Bean you have your effect. You can just rename it if you want by pressing F2. You can give whatever name you want. Let's delete this from here, and suppose in your future project and in your different next projects you also want the same effect, just drag it from the Power Bean and you can use it like before. You can see in my Power Beans I also have this presets which I made to save time and use this in multiple projects. For example, this typewriter effect, let's delete it from now. It animates at the text in a typewriter way. You can just change the text from here and this will work as fine. And for example, this shaker effect which add camera shake and this scan line effects and vignette effect to our video. Don't worry, this all sort of things we will make all of these things in our throughout our course, and many more advanced thing than these things. Don't worry. Alright guys, so our next thing is very useful thing, which is copy and paste attributes. So when we are editing, many times the situation arise when we need some properties of the video to be also present in some another video. So this is where the copy and paste attributes come in handy. I will show you this with a very beautiful example. So for that, let's delete this for now. Let's import a solid color. Let's import a solid background here. Let's change the color of this background to this. Any color you want, you prefer. This is just to demonstrate you. So now I have some clips here just for demo purpose. Let's use this clip. Okay, so now see, suppose if I have made some cuts to the video here, here and here. Alright, so while editing, it is common that we gonna make some cuts to the video. Alright, now suppose you are editing with the first clip here and you made some adjustment to it, like cropping. Let's suppose you have cropped the video. Let's suppose you have transformed its position, and maybe you have adjusted its opacity in the composite mode to make it transparent. Now what will happen now this things we have applied it to this clip, but what if you want to make same things to this video? Maybe you will do it again manually with this again same transform processes, but that will take a lot of time, and also there is a chance that we have messed up with some settings and it will not look constant or similar to this video. So this is where this thing will come handy. What you can do is just simply right click on the clip you want the properties to extract from. Right click, just copy it normally, or you can press Ctrl+C and select the second clip, the clip which you want to have the same properties. Right click on the clip, and here you can see instead of paste you need to select paste attributes, or the shortcut Alt+V, and the moment you do it, a model will open and ask you to what properties do you want to copy from this clip, and you can see here are all the attributes you can copy. So what we have done, we have zoomed, so this is the zoom, this is for the zoom effect, this is for the crop effect. If we press apply, okay, wait, there's one more thing, position. We also change the position of the video. Position is for this, and if we press apply, it has the same properties of the first video. Okay, so here you can notice this has the less opacity and this has more opacity. So we have forgot to click to check the opacity option here. If we do it again, you can see it is 100% the same. And what you can do, you can simply paste this from all of the videos you want. Alright, so you can see how handy and how useful this copy and paste attribute is. It will save a lot of your time, and you can edit with very precision with this technique. Alright guys, now it's time to inform you about the most important thing which you are going to use in every single thing from now on, and that is the keyframes. Keyframes are essential for animating videos. Keyframes are basically used for creating animation within videos. For example, you can use keyframes to make text appear on the screen gradually or to animate a character moving across the frame. Think of keyframes as special markers in a video that tell the video editing software how a certain element should change over time. In DaVinci Resolve, you can use keyframe in almost all the things like adjusting size, position, color, or any other visual element. Alright, so I will show you how to use keyframes with nice examples. Let's clear this thing from here. So to give you a demo, let's go to the media pool and import this image. We are going to animate this. So to do this, you will have to define 2 points. You will have to define 2 points in your video. First is the starting point, which will tell the starting and initial state, and the other is the final point, which will tell the ending state of the video. And whatever change you will do in the ending point to the video, it may be the position change, the zoom change, or maybe the color change, anything. Whatever change in the second point or the end point of the video is, the software will figure out the in between moments for you, how the video will go from the starting point to the ending point. For example, here is this logo of DaVinci Resolve, and you need to come to inspector, and you can see this diamond icons. These are the keyframes. By pressing this particular key, you can add keyframes to a video. See this, we have this playhead here, and if I press this icon, you can see that the color of this icon has been changed. It is showing that we have active keyframe in this particular position where our playhead is. You can also see the keyframes here also. You can also see the keyframes here also by pressing this icon. You can see we have a keyframe here. So you can see you can make keyframes or make markers to every attributes of the video: zoom, position, rotation, anchor point, pitch, yaw, flip, except flip. To almost everything you can make keyframes. For example, let's suppose we want to animate its position. First of all, let's make it a bit small and make it to the left of the video. Now we don't have any keyframes yet. Let's suppose from here we want to animate this particular logo. So we want to animate the position attribute. So what we need to do is we need to animate the position attribute of the video. So I need to enable the position keyframe. So I'll press this icon, it will set a keyframe. Now suppose after this much time, which is 2 seconds almost, after this much time I want the position to be here. So what I will do is I will click on this marker again. I will change its horizontal position by dragging this, as I told you earlier, to the right side. So you can see now we have the ending position of the video. So what if I toggle this thing, you can see it better. What we have done is we have made 2 keyframes. First is this position and the second keyframe is this position. Alright, so we just give the software information like from here to here, this should be here. So we have defined 2 points here. Now software will do its job. It's software's job to make your video, to make your object from this state to this state by animating it, because we have set the keyframes. So if I now play the video, you can see the magic. Amazing, you have just animated an image. Whoa, it's cool, right? You have successfully animated a video. Nice. So this is the basic thing of how animation works. we have two separate points, and we have only animated the position property of the video. Suppose if you want in this journey, the size of the logo will also increase. So what you can do is you also animate the zoom property. Just click on the zoom keyframe this time, and by the end of this video you want it to be of bigger size like this. So what will happen is, if I play the video now, you can see the magic again. Now the size is also animating. In the same way, you can animate almost everything here shown in this inspector menu. Like the rotation angle, the initial rotation will be this, the ending rotation will be maybe like this. Alright, so what will happen? You need to guess it. What will happen? Yes, you're right. The logo will be rotate like this. Alright, so as I told you, you can animate every single thing. Maybe the pitch, maybe the yaw. So here you can see some weird animation. Whoa. So what you can do is, just to remove this keyframe, you can just press this reset icon. So we have removed the weird looking animation from here, from the clip. Or what you can do is you can you can press this master reset button, so it will make the video to the initial position. Let's press Ctrl Z. This is the core basic of how keyframes are very useful in animation. So now in our upcoming classes, we are going to use this animation in most of the effects, so you will have a more understanding of how keyframe works, and you will have the live examples of why and where you need to use keyframes. So you can use keyframes in every single thing, even in cropping also. Suppose this crop left will crop your image from the left, so you can make keyframes on this also. Let's make a keyframe, and by the end you can make another keyframe and you can crop these, so it will have this effect. Okay, let's reset the cropping attribute. You can, this is how you can animate the opacity. Suppose here is 100%, and by the end it should be disappear, so you have changed the opacity to 0, and now if you play the video, you can see the magic, it disappears. Alright, so this is how you can further animate this. Suppose from point B you can make another point C also, and here you can tell that alright, now it's time to go again to the previous position, make this smaller, make this go back here, and make the rotation to be normal. So what should happen is, see, it will go from A to B and from again B to C. Okay guys, so we have seen that everything in animation will depend on these key markers. These are the very crucial point of the, so if you want to change anything in the animation, you need to modify the keyframes. Also, one thing to notice here is the time. While animating, you need to keep in mind duration of the key points. You can see the time here. The first keyframe is on 0 seconds, and the second keyframe is on 2 seconds. Let's delete this keyframe for now by Ctrl X. Okay, so we have just this. So you can see the first position of the first keyframe is on 0 seconds, and the position of the second keyframe is on 2 seconds. The interesting thing is, you can change the position of the keyframes from here, like this. So I have a question for you. From here to here, it takes 2 seconds, right? This is on 0 seconds, and this is on 2 seconds. Time taken by this image to animate from here to here will be 2 seconds, right? Like this. So now, suppose if I want to make the speed fast, what should I do? So if you guessed it, good job. And if you are still confused, don't worry, you will get used to it. The correct answer is, you will decrease the distance between these two keyframes. So let's suppose I want it to be finished in just 1 second. So I will place this keyframe to here. Now previously this was taking 2 seconds, but now it will do the job in only 1 second. So of course it needs to do it fast because we have only 1 second to reach to point A to point B. Now I'll play. Yes, it is faster than before. Let's make it more closer. Now you can see it will very fast. Wow. Similarly, if you make them apart, it will be very slow. See this. The point is, the speed of the animation will be depend on the positions of the keyframes. I hope you have at least get some knowledge about the keyframes. I request you to practice this and make some cool fun projects with this keyframing. Let's start our new module, which is the advanced editing module. Here you will be learning all the advanced techniques of editing. Basically, this is the main part of the video editing course. I hope you have watched the. If your fundamentals are cleared, you are ready to start this module. I hope you have watched our previous modules to learn the fundamentals of DaVinci Resolve. Now here comes the main part. So in advanced editing, so the next thing is the compound clips. What is compound clip? Actually, compound clip is just like a group of different clips. You can nest your clips into one single compound clip. For example, you can nest, see here is our logo. Maybe you can add some text here. Maybe give it a title. Just like this. And what you can do is, maybe you want all of this to be at different position. We have this text layer and this image layer. So what you can do is just select these two clips, right click, and here you can see option of new compound clip. If you click on this option, the prompt will open to give your clip a name. You can give any name to your clip and just hit create. Now you can see this will convert it into a single compound clip. It is a group of clip. Actually, you can identify if a clip is a compound clip by this logo here. You can use this group as a single layer. You can drag it, simply change its position. You can make cuts to it. You can, even if you now transform it and zoom it, you will notice both the text and the image will zoom together, because it will now work as a group. It is nested. It will now work as a single file. You can see. And one more thing is, here if you notice in your media pool, when you created the compound clip, you can see in your media pool you can see your compound clip here also. So maybe in your project you want to use this clip somewhere else in your current project. You can do that by simply just dragging it into your timeline, just like this. Yeah, so here you can use it just like normally. Okay, so here our background is black, that's why you are seeing this black background. Just so this is how you can use compound clip. This is a basic example of using compound clips. So by using compound clip, you can nest or group multiple different layers, and that all group layer will work as a single layer. You can animate this if you want, so it will animate together. And one more thing, suppose maybe you want to adjust something, like here you can see the text appear with some delay. Maybe you want to fix it. You want that text should be appear along with the logo. So if you want to change or modify something in your compound clip, you can simply decompose them and change it. For example, just right click on it, and here you can see decompose in place and using clips, and from there you need to select using clips only option, and here you can see we have this as normal separated clips like before. So here you can fix your changes, like I want it to start along with the logo, so I have changed its starting position. And after this, if you are satisfied with your changes, again you can just simply make a new compound clip, and maybe you can name it differently this time. Yes, so here you have it. I hope you understand the concept of compound clips by this simple example. How to work with green screen. So in your editing journey, you'll need to work with different types of green screen footages for different scenarios. Maybe it is someone's A-roll footage of like a speaking person, or maybe it can be of some person, it may be of some particles, like you can see here is this explosion green screen, maybe of some graphic, and maybe some memes. So you must you must know how to use the green screen. It is so let's see how to work with green screens in DaVinci Resolve. So for your examples, here I have this some green screen videos. So first of all, let's clean this timeline. Let's remove it for now. Now let's import some sample video. For example, like let's insert this meme. Oh wait, let's double click it to open in the source viewer, and we will insert only the video. So just drag it from here. Alright, now we want to start the video from here. So what you can do is, there's many way to cut the video as we discussed. Just drag it from here. Alright, and change its position here. Okay, so now let's remove this green screen. So to remove the green screen effect, you can switch to the Fusion from here. Let's go to the Fusion page. Welcome, here we are in a Fusion page. Yes, I know I haven't introduced you to the Fusion page, so it may be overwhelming for you, but don't worry, it will be not that complicated. We are going to just add one node for it, so you just copy what I'm doing. So yes, I know we haven't discussed about the Fusion page yet, but don't worry, we are not going to do any advanced stuff right now. For the sake of this one simple effect, we are only going to add one simple effect, and don't worry, yes, we are going to learn more about Fusion in our next topic. Alright guys, so the only thing you should be focused on this media 1 node. This node shows our video. Alright, this node is our video, and this media out will be the result. Media out will be the result of what we are doing. Currently we are doing nothing, so it is just showing as it is. So click on your media 1 video, and what you need to do is just press Ctrl and spacebar together. Ctrl and spacebar, and a prompt will open to add multiple effects. This is to search any effect to save some times. So what we are going to use is just search delta gear. You can see a effect named delta gear. This effect will be used to remove the green screen effect. So just click on add, and just by doing that, you can see in between these two nodes we have one effect node, which is delta gear. Alright, that's the only thing we want to touch here. Rest of the things we just need to do adjustments here. So in delta gear, you can see in the inspector, in the tool section, we have multiple options. So to remove the green screen, just drag this color picker icon and just select any color you want to remove, and just see the magic. It started working. If you need to remove the black color or white color, in this case we are going to remove the green color. Alright, so currently let's save some space. Okay, so we have just removed the green screen effect. Here are some adjustment you can play with to get the desired results. Okay, so to get the result better and with finishing, what you need to do is just select the view mode to the matte and go into the pre-made option, matte option, and here you can see you can play with the thresholds. The main aim will be the black part should be more black and the white part should be more white. Select the final result. Okay, so you can adjust many things from here if you want to restore some part, and that's all. Now see the magic, see the power of the fusion. You have made changes in the fusion tab, but the effects of this clip will be shown to the edit page as well. So if you again switch to the edit page, boom, we have removed the background of your clip. Isn't that cool? We didn't need to change different softwares for adding some effects. That's the very plus point of using DaVinci Resolve. So we have removed the background successfully. Now you can add any background to this image by just simply, let's say we want to add this image behind this main, just simply drag it to the below of this particular layer. So if I make it here, you can see we have this change the background of this. Now just let's adjust its position, adjust this position also, make it in center, and yeah, here you have successfully learned how to work with the green screen effects. As you can see how simple it was. So you just do practice. Same thing we can do with others as well. Let's add some explosion, should we? Yeah, let's stream the video from here to here. Let's add it here. Let's make it behind our subject. So what you can do is make it behind your subject, and you can again select this particular clip, go into the fusion page, and yeah, sometime it happens that you have selected some different clip and it will show some different clip in the fusion. So to fix this, here we have the clips option. From here you can select that particular clip. Alright, so we have this dust particle explosion green screen clip. Again, just press Ctrl spacebar, search delta keyer, or you can search for the shortcut DK for delta keyer and just add it. Again, do the same process, make some adjustments if you want, and again go into the fusion page, edit page, and here you can see we have made some explosion to the field. So this is how you will work with green screen. Now let's quickly see some advanced effects you can use to your clip. First one is camera shake. Camera shake effect will give a natural shake to your video. Maybe you have a still footage and you want to make some movements to it. So in that case, you can use the camera shake effect. First, just go into the effects. Now come in open effects, and here you can search camera shake. You can see the camera shake effect. To apply this effect, just simply drag it onto your clip, and now you can see a shake will happen in the video, and now you can see it is shaking. So it is too harsh, right? We don't want the shake to be this much. So in the effects we can control all the shake movements, all the values from here. Really don't want to confuse you, so what you need to be take care of, just only these three things. Only take care of three nodes. So don't get confused in all of this. Just only focus on 3-4 nodes. I'll 3-4 attributes. I will show you which one. First one is motion scale. This is the scale of the movement of the camera. So just decrease this. This is the motion scale. Second one is speed scale. How fast will the shake will happen? So decrease this also. Alright, you can keep motion a bit and just go, and here you can see in shake levels we have the PTR speed. Also reduce this. Then we have randomness speed. Also reduce this. So now it will look very natural. Yeah, we have some natural movement in our clip. Alright, so these 3-4 values can do the job for you, but if you are interested you can change all these values and go more deep into this. If increase the PTR speed, suppose if increase the PTR speed and the zoom amplitude, we get some different results. Yeah, this is too much. Anyways, you can play with all these settings if you really want to go deep into this. Now let's delete this effect from here. Now the second effect I want to tell you is vignette effect. Just search and you can see this is the vignette effect. Just drag it. You know, I'm telling you this 2-3 effects because these are mostly used in style of video editing we want to achieve. So here's the vignette effect. So by default this operating mode is on basic, which has some only 2-3 features to control the size and anamorphism and the softness, but we are interested in the advanced mode. So just select the advanced mode and you get multiple options from here. So first thing you need to do is just reduce the size. You can play with the size. Second is of course the anamorphism, but wait, what's the difference between the basic and the advanced is, in basic you can change the shape of this border. By default it's oval, and you can change it to any shape like triangle, like diamond, rectangle. So this gives us more flexibility. Let's use rectangle here, and you can see we can reduce the size and we can increase the anamorphism and also increase the softness. Yes, so this looks good. Now you can also adjust the blend, which can be called the strength of this effect. Let's not change anything to it. So here we have a cool vignette effect. Yeah, it looks good. The third effect is the glow effect. To use the glow effect, I don't want to use the glow effect on some clip, rather I will use it on some graphic. So suppose if you want to introduce some graphic into your editing, let's import the logo again. Alright, so we want it to suddenly appear from this bottom. Let's make this transition. Let's go to effects and go into the video transition and the push one. We can just drag it here. Okay, so it will be, there will be a transition to our logo. We can modify it. Just change its position to the up, increase the motion blur. You can change the ease mode to ease out, and here we have some animation, but what we are interested in, making it glow. Alright, let's reduce the size a little and reduce this length of the transition so it will come a bit faster, like this. So to make it glow, what you can do is just go into the effects and search glow. We are we need to go search this in this open effects. We have this glow option, just drag it onto the clip, and yes, here you can see the clip goes black. We have this black background. To fix this, just go into effects and just check this mark, check this option, alpha limits effect, and we have the glow on only to our logo now. You can play with the adjustment to increase or decrease the effects of glow. Alright, you can increase the gain if you want. Alright, so now let's see how it looks. Yeah, it looks better. You can reduce some gain, it's too much. This is fine. To make it look more appealing, we can add one more effect to it, which is the drop shadow. Yes, just search any effect you want. Here we have the drop shadow. Just apply this to your clip, and if you apply multiple effects, as you can see, we have applied multiple effects to this particular graphic or image. You can see in the effects panel we have all the effects nicely presented. For first one is the glow effect. You just toggle it on and off. You just expand and collapse it like this. And second one is we have this drop shadow, so we can adjust the strength of the shadow from here. If you want it darker, you can make it darker. You can change the drop angle, you can change the drop distance and the blur size. I think the default one is pretty good. We can increase the strength a little bit in an angle, just that's it. Now it will look good. Yeah, I'm telling you this, I just want you to get familiar with this, using this sort of effects, because these are the most commonly used effects you are going to use. I insist you to do this along with me. Alright guys, so now remember I told you about the text when we were learning about the text. So I told you that we are going to use this text plus effect very much. So I want to show some cool things you can do with this, so by which we will practice it a bit and you will get a more deep knowledge of how you can use the text plus effect. So let's see how we can make the typewriter effect using the text plus. This will be a fun exercise, so I insist you to do it along with me. Alright, so let's put our logo, let's change the position of our logo, or maybe we can hide it temporarily. You can hide things or disable things by selecting the clip and pressing the key D on your keyboard, so it is disabled, as you can see here. So we are only focusing on the text node, text layer. Okay, let's start the effect. Just write some text here. What should I write? So I want to make it is static, right? I want to make it as a typewriter effect. So what should I do? Alright guys, so to make this typewriter effect, what you need to do is, let me close this effects panel for now. Okay, let's make it so it is visible. So yes, we are in text plus node. In text plus effect, here you can see in the text we have multiple options, right? So here we have the write on effect. We are interested in this particular setting. Alright, what write on effect does to our text, you can see. If I put my plate here, you can see if I drag it to the right side, you can see it works like it is cropping the text, right? And if I do it from the left side, it will crop the left part of the text. So if I do this, you can see we have cropped the right side of the word, and if I play it now, nothing will happen, because yeah, we haven't done anything to it. We just cropped this into the half. So we can do something tricky with this. To make the typewriter effect, we we need to use our tricky mind. We are going to use our knowledge on the animation part, on the keyframe, to achieve this effect. So we will animate this cropping of this text. It's simple. You can see we want to make something like this. So as you can see, I am doing it from setting. We need to animate this particular thing. So in the first frame it should be 0, and in upcoming frame it should be 100%. Alright, so we can change the end value. We can achieve this effect by only changing the end value. Here you can see this is the right side of the part, the end value. Alright, so let's start making some keyframes. So bring your playhead at the start of your text. Make a keyframe here. Reduce the end part to be on 0. Alright, now let's move your playhead a bit further in time and just increase the end value of the write on attribute. We have defined the starting point and the end point, and we have animated it, so it will do the in between jobs. So it will animate this from this to this, so it will look something like this. Yes, we can change the position, we can change the some adjustment in the keyframes. Just reduce it from here and make it further away in time. Make it after 2 seconds. Do the same thing. So we just decreased the speed, we slowed the animation. Now it will look something like this. Yes, it looks like typewriter, but we want to make some spices to it. First of all, just change the font. So I have this 1942 report font. You can use any font you want. Let's use this font for now. You can go into the shading, and on the second option you can enable the red outline effect and change the red color to a black color like this. Also we want to make shadow to this text. Again, go in this third option, which is for shadow, black shadow. Just enable this. We have this effect. Let's play this. So yes, we have successfully made this typewriter effect, or we can say text write on effect. I am requesting you to please practice this and follow along with me, because you will learn by doing. Tutorial can help you, but I insist you to just not watch this tutorial but also follow this along with me. I want you to make some more creativeness to this effect. Alright guys, now let's leverage all the things we have learned so far to recreate some effects inspired from Magnets Media and some similar channels. So this is the actual main part of the video editing, because we are going to use whatever we learned so far and implementing some real life effects which you are going to use, and which is the main purpose of this course, to let you be capable of making this kind of amazing content. So let's start. Now let's create a very beautiful effect, which is the text highlighter effect. This effect is very commonly used in so many styles of video editing, and you may need to make some of it in future, and you should know how to do it. This effect helps in highlighting certain important part of the article, of some text, of some screenshot, which is very important for creating a highly engaging video editing. For demo, I have this image of a news article. Alright, let's zoom it. Alright guys, so to begin with, we are going to make this effect with the solid color, as we have already discussed in previously about the solid color. You need to go into effects, generators, and here we have solid color. Just drag it onto top of our article. Now let's close this effects panel for now. Here we have seeing nothing, because we have this black color First of all, just come into settings and just in the cropping section, crop it from everywhere a little bit so we can see our news article. Now guys, let's disable it for a moment by pressing a D key. Suppose we want to highlight this section. Here you can see it is showing some details like 120 strong crew. This part of the section may need to, so we are going to, for example, let's say highlight this particular section from here to here. Alright, so how we gonna do it? Let's enable this clip for now. So just crop this particular solid color so that it will cover only this particular line. So by in here cropping, just crop it so that it should only be of the height of this line. Alright, so you can also use this transform, use both this transform and cropping to adjust it on top of that line. You can also in operator mode reduce the opacity so that you can see where is the line. Now again play with this transform and cropping to fit this section. Alright guys, it's fine. I guess it's fine. So increase the opacity to D100 again. Now what we need to do, now let's see the magic. Go into the generators again, change the color of our solid layer to any color you want your highlighter to be. I personally like this color, so I'll choose this one, and again come into settings, and here in composite just change this operator mode to any of this, given any of this below operator. I like this color one, but you can try different operators which suits best, like this linear burn is also looking nice. Let's use this linear burn. Alright, so we have done the first step, but it's now time to animate this. So to animate, it's very similar to how we did the write on text effect. Alright, but instead of write on we have this cropping, so we need to utilize this cropping feature. As you can see, we can animate this to achieve this animation, achieve this text highlighter animation. So please pause the video and try to do it by your own first. After that, watch me doing this animation, because I know up till if you're following this course carefully, you should have been able to make this animation now. Okay, now I will going to show you how you can animate it. So yeah, we need to first enable for animation we need to first press this diamond key button. So this particular crop right section is now ready to get animated. Now in certain frame forward, now place your playhead a certain frame forward and mark another keyframe. So we have this two keyframes now. We can toggle between previous and last keyframe by this arrow. So on the last keyframe we need this cropping value. Alright, but from the starting keyframe we need that the crop should be not the solid color should be not visible. So we will increase the right crop value on the first frame up till where it should be not appear on the screen. Alright, this should do the job. So we have two positions. First is this where it is completely cropped, and the second keyframe it is completely shown. Alright, so if we play it, it will be animated. See this, how nicely it is looking. Wow. So you can ease in and out the animation also by from here. If you right click it, you can select ease out, and on the next keyframe you can select ease in, so it will be more smoother. See how good it's looking. Wow, so we have successfully created this beautiful text highlighter animation. So this, if you want that to highlight multiple lines, you can just copy this effect by Control C Control V, or just pressing Alt, or just holding Alt key and drag it upward like this. But we need to change the position of the second one, so we can use the transform. But here you can see you can increase the crop value here on the second keyframe, so it will be of this width. Now let's see. So one problem here is that the animation starts together, but we don't want that. Let's make it apart a bit, but we don't want that. So what we can do is just starting this animation when the first upper one is completed. So just drag this to here, so it will start when this animation completes, so it will look like something like this. Okay, so you know how, so you have got an idea of how you can animate as many lines you want. You can maybe animate the headline also. Just copy it, just place it above. So like this you can also animate the any width. Yeah, cool. Now you can change the color also of any highlighter. Let's see, let's change the color of this one to be green, or maybe yellow. Any color you can change of this, so it will look good. So yeah, this is how you can achieve this text highlighter effect. So the second example I'm going to show you is this transition, which is a slice transition which looks cool and which he uses in his video. Let's see this one. Okay, so this is very easy to make in DaVinci Resolve. So for this, let's first of all make this clip aside. So for this we need two clips. So let's cut this clip into two parts. Let's delete this video, and let's just use the source video for now, his video only. Let's use his video only for the second video, and we are going to make transition between these two videos, a slice transition. So to make this, you need to come in effects, and here in video transition you need to come here in wipes, and you need to choose the center wipe and place it like this. So here you can see this is the default, so we need to change the direction. We need to change the angle. So to change the angle, come in inspector, transition, and in transition settings you can change the angle like this. If you want this diagonal angle, or if you want the horizontal angle, let's make it at this angle. Alright, and the animation should be, you can make it ease in, ease out. Let's make it ease out, and you can also change the feather and border, so it will make it this smoothness. and if you play it now, it will look something like this. Alright guys, next effect we are going to use is the ink splash transition, which also looks very unique, and mostly it is used in some documentary type video edits. For example, in this Magnets Media video you can see this effect. So this is the effect I am talking about. Let's create that ink splash effect. Alright, so for that you need to download a clip. You can easily download that clip from this mixit.co website, or you can get it from, just search this black ink splash footage and you will get this. Just download it for free. So here is that video of ink splash, the black ink. So, and here in timeline we have one background footage, okay, and here is the foreground footage, which I want this particular video to be shown inside the ink splash. Alright, so what you need to do, so how we can achieve this? So here just see, so here what we need to do, we need to place the background on the above, on upper side, on upper layer, and the foreground should be below, okay, and in between we need to place this clip, this transition clip, just like this. So we have placed our clip here. This layer is this background video, okay. If I disable this, you can see the second video, which is the ink splash video. If I disable this also, you can see the third video is our object video. Alright, so let's enable these two layers again. So what we need to do, we only need to change these two videos. So on the background video you just need to change the composite mode. It was by default on normal, you need to change the composite mode to foreground. Alright, and on this second video you need to change the composite mode to loom. That's it. It was just that simple. Alright, this loom, so it will generate an effect like this. So you need to make adjustment to the below clip, just make it so that it will look properly. So here is the result. Yes, it looks good. I think it looks good. So here's how you can make the similar effect by using ink splash footage. So you can use it like this also, like just only this much window will be open, and you can use it like a transition also. So to use it like a transition, just on this particular place you need to keyframe this size of the ink splash video. So let's make two keyframe on the zoom attribute, and let's move forward and zoom it fully. So here now you can see it will work as a transition. We have made it too quickly, so you can make it slow and it will it's still looking fast. So let's reduce the zoom value only, let's increase it more, and it should look something like this now. Alright, so it works as a transition between two different clips. So it's your choice, you can use it many different ways. I showed you. Alright guys, so now the similar way we have achieved this transition, we are going to use the brush stroke transition, which is also used in Magnets Media, one of the video of Magnets Media, but it is a little bit different. So here we have this stock footage for this. I have downloaded it for free. You can just simply search brushstroke video free and you can see we have get our result. I downloaded this particular video. Yeah, so this is that video, but it's different. This is the video, but so this is the video, but it's a bit different. Here we can see we have the background in black color and the object in white color, but in previous video it is totally opposite. So the thing will also work opposite, because so to use this particular clip, this particular video, this particular brushstroke effect, we just need to make replace this positions of upper and bottom layer of the video. Let's delete this previous video, stock video. Let's change the operator mode to again reset the operator mode of both the clips, and it will just do different normal clips. So this is the clips which will be showing after the this should be the second clip which should show after the transition, and this should be the beginning clip which will show at the beginning. All right, so in previously we have positioned the starting video on top layer and the later video to this bottom layer, but we will do it opposite in this case. So just place it below, and this video on the should be on the top, which should be appear later. So in between we will place this brushstroke footage. So nothing will happen right now. We need to change the composite mode of these two clips which are on the top layers. So just change the operator mode of this stock video to again loom, same thing, and the above video change the operator mode to foreground, again foreground, and we have successfully made the effect. Just need to make some adjustment. So we'll just increase the size of this brushstroke like this. So it will work as a transition. So if I now play it, you can see we have achieved the nice brushstroke transition. So you can also adjust the speed of the transition. To change the speed of the transition, we just need to change the speed of this brushstroke footage. So I already told you to how to change the speed of the clip by just pressing right click and retime controls, or rather just press shortcut key Ctrl plus R and just drag it from the right side to increase its speed. So it will be very fast like this, but we should keep it like just this only. Yeah, so it is nice, looking simple and cool. So it looks good. So here guys, overlays are a very important part of video editing. We have some different kind of overlays here. We have just downloaded it. So to download overlays, we come to this site named Pixabay, which is where you can get free assets. So just search overlays. You can use any other site. When you search overlays, you get this type of videos which has this black backgrounds to it. See this one. You can use this in your video. I'll show you how, so that it will increase the vibe of your video. It will change the vibe of your video. Just download it. This overlays actually increase the vibe of your video. Like you can see this particles overlays, this dust overlays. There are many kind of overlays. Here we have some green screen overlays also. I have damage, grunge, crack. This you have seen in so many videos. So this is for glitch transition overlay. Just download it. To apply the overlay, you can use it on any clips. So let's use this on this clip. Just drag it into our timeline, and to use this, just change its operator mode. So here, if you have the black background, the screen one should be better fitted for this, should be used. So now you can see we have this nice overlay which change the vibe of your video completely. If your video looks very plain, and if you want to have some fancy transition or fancy look to it, overlays are the way to go. So here you can see the video now. So any different videos support different types of videos, suits different needs different types of overlays. For example, if we have this clip, then this glitch overlay doesn't look good, so let's use this snow overlay here. I think it would look better on this type of video. Just drag it like this and change the overlay to screen, and actually this is too much, so you can also control the opacity. Let's reduce the opacity, and this is how you get the effect of using overlays. Alright, now I want to share you a very important thing, that how you can use overlays as a transition. This thing you should also know. So see how overlays are used for transition. Here we have two different clips. If this is the first clip and this is the second clip, if your video will play, you can see the transition between this will be not so smooth. Yeah, you can use overlays to make a good transition between these two clips. Yes guys, so for the transition overlay, just come to this Pixabay site, or you can use any other site where you can get this stock footages. This one is free, that's why I'm showing you. Just search light leak transition, and here you get some results like this one, which has some black background to it, and this light leaks. Just download it for free. So to use this, just import the overlay we have just downloaded. I think this was the overlay. Yeah, so this kind of overlays, bright overlays, you can use this type of overlays for transition. So just drag it onto your clip, zoom it a bit, so place it like this, and to play actually you need to find the brightest part of this clip. Here's the brightest part, so just you can here is the brightest part, guys. So what you can do is, on your clip, press M on your keyboard. This will add a marker on your clip that this is the brightest part, so you can match that marker to this. Yeah, here you can see we have this snapping enabled, so it is showing that your marker aligns between the transition of these two clips. So the only thing you need to do now is just change the operator mode to screen again, and you will see that this will work as a nice light leak transition. Yeah, so this look much better than before. Nice. You can use any kind of just find different kind of good overlays, and that will work best. For example, I have this different clip here. You can use this overlay also. I have downloaded it from the internet. Just searched this, and it is also for free. See, this was a bit faster, so I have used this overlay for this. As you can see, this was a bit faster, and it will show like this, a faster paced overlay. You can add sound effects to it also, that will look good. Now we are going to recreate some of the effects which are used by Magnets Media and some other famous creators, famous video creators. Please watch this with full focus because we are going to implement whatever we have learned so far and some more things which you haven't seen yet. We are going to learn this while recreating this some of the effects. So in order to create videos like Magnets Media, what I have seen is their animation was of top notch. So we have covered animation in our basics. So now here we are going to implement it. So let's start creating some of the effects. So this first effect we are going to make is this one. What you need to get, what resources you will need. This you will need this background. So I have this video of paper texture. Where did I get this from? I have get this from Google. I just searched paper background free footage and the site Pexels I have here. This is the video I have downloaded. Alright, let's back to business. So I'll just import this video. I only need the video, so I'll just import the video part in the timeline like this. Okay guys, now watch very carefully. I'll just delete this empty tracks from here. Okay, we have just single track. So to make this video red, what we can do is just open this particular clip in the Fusion page because we want to add an effect of color grading. Selecting this clip, press Ctrl and spacebar and search color corrector and add it. We are only going to change the color in the Fusion page. Rest of the thing we are only going to do in edit page, don't worry. So in the Fusion page you can try to make this effect red by this color corrector node. So from this wheel we can change the color to the red color, this much. We can play with this, with all these settings. Try to match the vibe. So try to make it the red color. Alright, you can take a screenshot of the settings if you want, but I just try to play with this controls until you get the desired results. Now back to this video. We have got this type of color. You can try to match whatever color you feel good to go with. Now so let's get this person image here. So to get the image, I again go to Google. So from the internet I have this image of Soichiro Honda, which is this image. I will just download it like this, and what I will do is again remove the background. To remove the background, again just go and search remove background on Google and you will get some sites. This is also a good site, RemoveBG, but we are going to use the Adobe free image background remover. Just upload your image to remove the background using AI, so it will save a lot of time. I'll share this technique with you guys, so just use it. Download this high quality background. You can see it has done very nice job. We have downloaded the cutout. Now just import that cutout in our media pool like this. So we have this image. Alright, let's import it here on our red background. So now we'll animate it. Alright guys, so let's close this for now. So what you can do in this video inspector, just press the diamond key. We going to animate the position. You can see this is the effect we want. So to animate this, first of all let's start the animation by pressing this diamond key, and just initially it will be here, which will be not seen, and after some frames we are going to make another keyframe, or just change the position so it will make another keyframe by itself. So we have just changed the position. This is the effect we want. If you play, you can see it is animated. We can make this faster by just changing the position of the keyframes little closer. More faster. This is, I think, fine. It is linear animation. To make it smooth, you can just right click on this diamond key and select ease in, and here is out, so it will be a bit smoother. Okay, we have done the first step. Now the second step is let's add this text layer now. So we again go into the effects, guys, and now let's add a text layer here. We want to start the text appearing from this point, so come into the effects in titles and drag this text plus note here. So we have these three layers. First is the background, second is this image, and third is the text layer. You can either come into settings and you can either change the positions from here, or what you can do, select any of the clip and select this icon here, and you can physically just drag and drag positions of any clip you want by pressing, if you have selected this option. Let's disable it because it is, let's disable it for a moment. I like to control the position from here. We can change the size of the text. The font we will use is Georgia, and the size will decrease more. Now again we can animate this text with our write on animation, which we have done it already. Again, let's remake that effect also. So to animate this write on effect, I will just make a keyframe on the write on property, and we want to make it from left to right, so I will animate the end position. So at the starting it will be nothing, but in some few frames it will be fully visible. So here is how it will look. Okay, so we can again make this also smoother. Alright guys, so it's good now. I received an order from. Now the next point is again just come to Google and search Toyota logo, and here we have the logo. You can just download it. We have this Toyota logo. You can just download this also. We need to make another layer for the logo and import this logo now and just drag it onto a timeline. So we have the logo also. Now we can make the size appear here. Just place it here. We'll just make it transition to it. If you go into the video and in video transition, you can see here we have so many transitions, so many nice transitions. We can use this Pantone transition, this noise dissolve transition on our logo image, so it will appear like this. You can change the speed of the transition if you want, or change the direction from which it is coming. You can change the effect settings from here. We can add noise details to it like this. So here you have this nice transition of this Toyota logo. And another thing, so let's here animate this text, reduce the length of the text. We don't need much text. Now just animate its position, make a keyframe, and at the end let's make it so. Select this, go into the transform, go into the settings guys, select this text, make a keyframe on the position and make another keyframe and increase the Y value so it will animate upside like this. You can make it apart so to make the speed slow. Sure, you can right click and make it ease. Now we need to animate this piston icon or this pistons. So just search any random icon on the Google. So I tried to find the image on the internet of this pistons, and I searched on this site PNG wing about pistons, and I got the exact same image that used by Magnets Media. Luckily, I'll just download that image. To download, just follow the process it tell you to do. So just import this image into our media pool of the image of the pistons, drag it into a timeline. I think from here on we can start animating it, but first just let's reposition it from where it should be, like here. Let me reposition all of this properly. Okay, it's fine, I guess. The next thing is this text. So we need to import this text. So we need to add this counter text. So to add this, again came into the titles and drag the text plus node again here and just write anything for now, a number. Again change the font. You can make it bold if you want, play with the positions and position it here. You can increase the size if you want. Alright guys, so we have this. Now guys, to make the counter, now it's the cool thing. To make the counter text animate, what we can do is first approach, which will be, I will not suggest to use that approach, but still the first thing came to mind is just animate the text one by one. So if I animate this now and come to one frame and change it to 3, then again if I come some frame forward, again animate it to 4. This is a way, but it will take you whole day to just animate this one by one, but this is a solution. You can see. Now to make this process easy, or to automate this animation of characters, we are going to use some advanced feature, which is the expression. Okay, so let's remove all of the keyframes first of all. Okay, so we are going to use expression. Just right click on this, and if here you can see we have the option of expression. So here we can write some expression. So of course we are not a master in writing expression, which because this no one is that advanced. So what we can do, just search on Google for expression of counter, or you can use ChatGPT. But I have this expression for you guys. This is the expression. I'll try to provide this expression to you, but you can anyway get this from Google. I searched on YouTube, and in this video I get this expression from its description. Or you can use ChatGPT to generate this expression, but I will try to provide this expression to you. So just copy it and just paste the expression in this expression box by Ctrl V and enter. So we have this certain value over here. We need to change certain value. So what, either we can edit from here or just modify this in the notepad, you can say. So here you can change the value if you don't want. We can remove the prefix, we can remove the postfix. Okay, here we have the starting value, so we can suppose add a starting the value from 2000 and it to 10,000. Alright, here's the prefix, postfix, number, and this is the expression. We just change the starting value, end value, and we have the separator of comma. We have prefix and postfix to null, nothing. Let's copy this expression, updated expression, and paste it here. And here you can see we get our counter effect. Alright, and you can just adjust the length of the text, so it will adjust the effect accordingly. You can see it starts from 2000 and end it on 10,000. So this is very cool effect. And suppose if you want to have some dollar sign at the start of this, so what you can do is, let's first disable this. What you can do is just change the prefix value to a dollar sign, and there you got it. You can even add a space to there like this. So here you have this dollar sign if you want, but let's remove that for now. We have our counter effect already. Alright guys, so we have got our counter effect, and you can see at the end it just stopped and come to a value of 3. So nothing just special, just make a cut here by Ctrl B and delete this part by Ctrl X and add another text layer, and do nothing, just make it a nice 3. Change its position to where it should be, like here. Change its size, and again the font also. Alright guys, it's good now. Now it's time to guys animate this. You can see from left to right. So how to achieve this? We are not going to animate it one by one, so just select this 3 clip, which is the logo and the text and this text 3. So just select these 3 clips, and you know the concept of the compound clip, right? We are creating a new compound clip here. Just name it piston counter, hit create. We have this as a single layer now, and we can animate this layer. So let's animate its position. So from starting it should be not visible, and after some time make a keyframe, it should have this values 0 0. So in the starting point, in the starting key point, it should be here. Alright, So this is the X positions. We are just only animating the X position. So at the starting it has the value of this, which is around here. You can enable this to see the position, and at the end it should be on the normal position, so it will give an animation effect like this. Okay, but we have it for only sometimes, so just edit this. You can again decompose it in place using clips only. You can make the length of the counter a bit much higher, and yeah, I don't want it to go around 10,000, just 8,000. Give it some random value. This is fine, and then it comes to 3. Yeah, this is okay, this is good. Also need to change its position a bit. Alright guys, needs to change this position. Okay, now again select all of this and create a compound clip again. Piston 2. Alright, again we need to animate it. Change its X position. In the start it should be this much, and at the end it should be this much. And yeah, we have achieved our effect guys, very good. So I encourage you to please practice this effect and try to make it by your own. Also, what you can make the animation is out, is in, and is out to be a little smoother. That's it guys. As you can see, we have worked in make this whole effect in the edit page. We are only using the animation here and achieved this great result. So it is just of how you use your ideas together. We have this layer, so whichever on the top will be shown at the top. This is how. So by creating this effect, you are practicing how to play with layers, how to animate things, and how to position things. So you have learned so many things in this single effect. Now we are going to make some more advanced effects in next module. If you still want to go one step forward, you can still spice this effect up by using some effects, some easy effects. Right, for first effect will be on this background. We will add a blur onto our background so that this graphics will pop up more. So just go into the effects, in the open effects, search for blur, and here you can add Gaussian blur to your background, and you can see we have the blur appeared. You can just reduce the strength. This is okay, this is good. Yes, the second thing is we can use overlays which we have downloaded, if you remember. So here in the overlay section we have this particles overlay. You can just drag it here. It is the length, and change the operator in composite mode. Change the operator to screen and reduce the opacity. So we have achieved some of its vibe. I hope guys you enjoyed making this video. Now guys, please concentrate all of your focus into this particular section, because we are now going to start a very important, crucial and very advanced topic of DaVinci Resolve, which is Fusion. Consider this as a After Effect from Adobe. We have Fusion for DaVinci Resolve. Fusion is a very powerful feature of DaVinci Resolve, which lets you create complex professional visual effects and motion graphics directly within this software or within DaVinci Resolve. It is a node-based interface, which means that instead of using layers like currently we are using in this edit page, it is a node-based interface This allows for a more flexible and customizable workflow, as you can easily adjust any effect needed into the node. So let's understand how to use Fusion. So I'll start it by showing you how we can access the Fusion page, or how we can switch to the Fusion tab. There are multiple ways you can switch to Fusion page in DaVinci Resolve. Let's explore them one by one. So here in the effects, if you go in the effects, and you can see we have this adjustment clip we have used, and just below that we have this Fusion composition. Just drag it like this into our timeline, and here you can see it is a Fusion composition. By default it will just a black image, nothing will showing on. So this Fusion composition, you can just right click on that and select open in Fusion page, and here you can see in the bottom we have switched to a Fusion page. All right, okay. So by default there will be just one node, which is the media out node. So you can switch back from this edit page, and also from here also you can just switch to normal edit and Fusion page. The one way of accessing the Fusion page, you can directly open a clip into Fusion page. Suppose we have this clip over here. Okay, so if I want to make some effects directly over this clip, I'll just right click this and open in Fusion page. So it will bring this clip along with it into the Fusion tab, so I can add any effect if I want. For example, let's blur this, so I can blur it. So this is how you can edit any clip directly into the Fusion if you want. But we are here to learn Fusion, so we'll start with scratch. So just open this empty Fusion composition into the Fusion page. Okay, so I'll introduce you to the Fusion interface quickly. So here is by default what we have got here. First is the media out node. Let's talk about it later. First understand the interface. Here guys, you can see we have this. You are familiar with these two interfaces, these are just normal. But here we have this clips interface, where you can select any particular clip which were present on the timeline. Alright, so now here we have the node editors. Because Fusion is a node based video editor, so we have a section especially for editing different kind of nodes, connecting it, adding effects to the nodes, all sorts of things you can do in the node editor. You can disable and enable this node editor from here. Alright, to save some extra space when not in need. Anyways, we'll use it most of the times. So the next thing is our source viewer. So we have our source viewer here. It is currently not showing anything because we don't have anything to view. So let's grab a background node quickly from here. Just for the demo purpose, let's change its color, and if we just drag it directly to the viewer, we can see the background node. Let's change its color. Yeah, so this is the viewer. Alright, this is the viewer of where you can view what you are editing. And here we have the as usual inspector, and these two special sections, spline and keyframes. You know, these two sections are both specially designed for modifying your animations and keyframes in your video, because most of the times you are using animations in your videos. So spline, you can smooth out your animations in spline, and in keyframes you can just quickly change the position of the keyframes. Alright, we'll come to it when we'll use it. Yeah, this is the basic interface. This is the main view workspaces of Fusion. And by the way, when I talk about viewer, we have different kind of viewer. We can divide your viewer into two separate viewers like this. Now on the first viewer you can see any different nodes, and on the second you can see any different. How you can view, and if you want any node to view in this section, how you can do it? Just you can see on every node we have this at the bottom we have this two checkboxes type UI, and currently you can see the right one is enable, so it will show the output in the right viewer. If I disable this, you can see it will not show anything, but if I now check the left side, it will show in the left viewer. You can view both at a time, so you can use any viewer you want. This thing is very useful. We'll see when it becomes useful to us. Alright, now let's quickly understand about how the nodes are working in Fusion, because major time you will be working with nodes in Fusion, and this is very important that you should have a very strong understanding of how nodes are working in DaVinci Resolve or in Fusion. There are multiple nodes in DaVinci Resolve, but they are mainly divided into only some 3-4 types of categories. Alright, so you just need to understand what type of node is and you will good to go. Let me explain the very commonly used type of nodes. First of all guys, we have the normal media in nodes. Okay, so what is media in node? Media nodes are just some nodes which are in the form of media, or we can say in the form of any image, any background, or any text, videos. This type of node which we can import from externally, I call it a media node. Let's suppose I will insert this video into this Fusion node editor. I will call this also as a media node. Here if I view this in the first viewer, you can see this is the video we have got. So I will call this type of nodes and the background node and the text node also. Here from here you can insert the text node, which is just our text plus node. You can write anything, and if I view this into the first viewer, you can see our text. Okay, so this type of node I will call it like media nodes. They'll don't do anything special, they'll just be there. Okay, so next type of node is the merge node. A merge node is this. It is very commonly used node. This is the merge node. Okay, so this is very important node. A merge node is used to merge two different clips to make a composition. We'll see an example, but just remember our merge node. Just remember every node has some input and one output. Our media type of nodes, which I call them media node, has only a masked input, has only one input and one output. But here in the merge node, you can see we have this yellow input, you have this green input, blue input, and this one is for output. The output is common in every single node. You will get the output, because what this output will do is it will just throw whatever the result of this particular node to any external node, any other different node. So yeah, we'll see that. But remember, the merge node is a different node which has three inputs. Green input is the foreground input, the yellow input is for the background input, and the blue input is for the effect mask input. Alright, so in this media type of nodes, we only get the masked input, which is in blue color. But in the merge node, we get the foreground and background and masked input. Why this is? Because merge node is used to merge foreground over to any background. This is the whole purpose of the merge. Because in DaVinci Resolve, if you want to use anything as one top of each other, you need to create merge and then use that merge as a background to create different merges. So I'll show you with a nice example. Try to put all of your focus here. So let me show you how the nodes have been working. Alright guys, so let's clear it out everything. Let's clear everything out. Let's start. First thing come to your mind is how we can create something like this in Fusion, like these layers. Background layer is the solid color and the text layer, and if you want to place any other image or on top of it, you can easily do it in this edit page. How you gonna do it in the Fusion page? Let's tackle this thing. So this is a nice practice, so let's try to create this particular thing in the Fusion page. Alright, so by doing this, you will get to know how nodes are working. Just place your playhead on this Fusion and just switch back to Fusion. Okay, to understand how layering works in Fusion, you need to understand how merge node works very well. Alright, so guys, first of all, let's add a media in node as our background. You can use any image, but for now we are using a solid color or a background layer, background as a background node as a background. Just change its color to any red color, let's say, or nice color, some nice colors like this color. You can see this in the first viewer. You can also drag it directly, hold and drag it directly to view this. That's also one way. So here it's our background node. So if you want to put anything, any text, any image on top of this, just how we do in our normal edit page, we have just put it over the background. Here it is a bit different. So to put anything on top of each other, we are going to use merge node. The whole functionality of the merge node is we can put any object or any background. So let's consider this is our background, this is our merge node, and let's select a text node here. Just view this in first viewer, type anything. So we need to put this on top of this. How are we gonna do it? So here merge node comes into play. So you remember we have this background node. We need to connect any node which will work or play as a role of background. So currently we have this background, just connect it to the background node, okay, on the merge. So we have connected a background to our merge. Now it's time for the foreground. Now let's connect this, the output of this node, text node, to the foreground input of this merge node. Okay, so what we have done is we just telling the merge node that please use our background as our background and use this text on top of our background, which means on as a foreground. So we can't see it yet, still we can't see it. Why? Because we are not seeing the result of this merge node in the any of the viewer. So to watch the output of this, we can watch the output of the merge node in the second viewer by just enable this right view. Yeah, here you can see we have successfully placed our text over our background node. So one more thing you notice here, we are watching the merge result in the second viewer, and we can watch any separate nodes in the first viewer. That is the coolest thing I have seen. If I want to see how nodes on its separate will look like, just I'll watch this on the first viewer. How cool is that? You can watch any node anytime and any viewer. So we are currently interested in this viewer. Okay, merge, which is showing the result of the merge. Let's disable this first one here very fast. You can see, guys, we have successfully placed the text over our background. So this green, remember, again remember, this green is for foreground. If you by mistake put the put the text on the background and put the background on the green input, which is as a foreground, you can see, you can't see your text because it is just the same as doing this. Just placed our background over our text, so you can't see anything. So remember, the background is, the yellow is for background and the green is for foreground, and that's how you merge anything over any background. Now the special thing, this merge node. You know how this merge node will behave? It behave like a single video. Any The output of the merge will be like a composition of what you are showing in this viewer. So consider this merge node like it was in this state from the very beginning. So if we now want to add any more layers over it, you need to just consider our merge as background. Okay, so let's suppose I want to insert the DaVinci Resolve logo, which is the media in, which will by default named as media in. You can rename the nodes by pressing F2. Let's rename this as DaVinci logo. Alright, so guys, if we want to place our logo on top of both the background and on the top of text, we need to connect this on the merge, because now our merge will act as a single video, and consider this as a single video and as a background. So if I now want to place logo over top of it, I need to create one more merge node. So let's create a one more merge node here. Okay, so now in this merge node you need to connect a background. So I told you, now this merge will be work as a separate video or group or compound clip or whatever you can say. Just try to understand, it is now the combination of both this text and background, and it can work as a separate layer. So you can use this as a background to another merge and connect our logo as a foreground on this merge. And what interesting is, you can't see anything again because you are still watching the old merge in the viewer, which is working as a separate video now. So now if I view this result of the merge 2 in the second viewer, I can see my logo appear here. Alright, very cool, guys. So we have our logo on top of our node, on top of our both background and our text, right? So now this merge is again can be used as the combination of all these merges and can be used as a background or as foreground, just like a normal video clip. Okay, so we are just interested in the output of this merge 2 node. So let's have a quick recap. First of all, and yeah, one more cool important thing, you can use these viewers as a history of, because until this point of time there will be nothing effect, no effect on applied on this node. So this is just a normal background node. If I want to view this in the left viewer, you can see we here in our history we have merged two different nodes. So this is the merge node. You can see this, what is the state of this effect right now in the first viewer, and on the second viewer we are watching the result of the merge 2, where we have used this as a single video like this one. So this as a single video as a background and place another video or logo on top of it. So now I think you know the drill. You can just place as many layers on top of each other by just merging the output of some merge uh, by just merging the output of some merge as a background and use the object as a foreground in some different merge like this. For example, let's let's add this newspaper on top of everything. So to do this, to add this on top of every single thing, we need a merge node. Alright, just insert the merge node from here. And what should we do? Because we need to insert this newspaper on top of on top of this everything. So what is this everything? This everything is nothing but the merge 2. We are seeing merge 2 here. This is just as one single video. Consider this as a single video. We need to place our newspaper on this single video. So we connect the output of this single video on our new merge as a background node with, remember, the yellow input on the background node. Now just place the output of this newspaper. This newspaper, you can confirm it by watching in the first viewer. So it is a newspaper. Just connect the output of the newspaper as a foreground on our third merge. And if I see the third merge in the second viewer, you can see we have placed our newspaper here. So if you want to change any position and any size of the newspaper or of the foreground node to the any merge, you can always do it from this controls over here in the inspector. For example, if I can reduce the size of this foreground, I can place the position, change the position. I can even change the blending mode of this to a screen. All of these features which have in the edit page, you can do all sort of thing here. This merging of anything, so yeah, just try to understand the concept of this merging. If you understand I know you will not get anything by just watching it. You need to implement this and practice this. Please try. I will encourage you to practice adding multiple layers into Fusion so that you learn the concept of how merge node works. So if you have cleared how the merge will works, remember the background input, the foreground input, and the output. There is a shortcut also to add merge node automatic. So to do this, but just select the merge node or any node on which you want to create a merge node. Let's suppose we want to add a text node here. What our classic normal method was, just add a merge node and create and join the output of this merge node as a background node. This is the full, and connect any node or media node to as a foreground and watch the result here. So it will not show anything because the text is empty. Yeah, so this is the classic way of working with the node merges, but the shortcut is simple, really simple. Here's our merge 3. Just consider this as a normal video. Okay, just select it and directly press this instead of dragging, so it will create a merge automatic. So if you see this, it will be same. This is just save some of our time. This is the same, nothing different, just this is a shortcut. And one more shortcut is you can just directly, one more shortcut, let me tell you. Let's add this arrow. One more shortcut is just directly connect the output of any media node to the output of the merge. It will result in creating a new merge, and you can see we have successfully inserted it. So you can save a lot of your time doing this like this. Just add our Just add the output of a media node to the final merge node, and it will generate a new merge. And if you watch this, this is how it will look. So you can see we have placed so many layers on the Fusion page. Alright guys, so this is how the working of the merge node was. I'll encourage you to practice how the merge node work by yourself. And now let's move forward to different kind of nodes. Now guys, let's talk about some different kind of nodes. Some different kind of nodes, which I usually call them effects node. So what this effects node looks like and what this do. Before proceeding further to the next type of node, I'll show you something. Now we have created this mess. Alright, now let's switch back to the edit page now to see if we see this mess on the edit page as well. Let's switch back, and what we are still seeing that this black screen. Why so? We have done so much hard work by creating this cool art. Now why isn't it showing up on the edit page? And that's where this media out node came to the play. The only purpose of this media out node is to throw the output onto the edit page. Alright, media in. So difference between media in and media out node is just that media in node will bring any external media into the node editor or into the Fusion, and the media out on the other way sends out the output of everything to the edit page. So currently, if we see our media out on the second viewer, what we see? We see nothing. Okay, so if this has nothing to show, this will throw nothing. That's why we are seeing nothing, which is the black color by default. So again, so to see this mess onto the edit page, we need to throw the output of the mess to connect. We need to pass the output of this mess to media out node. Alright, so it lets it know that yeah, this is what I need to throw out on the edit page. So what is this merge 6 node? If we quickly see in the second viewer, oh, by the way, you can see, you can enable it, you can watch this into the viewer by pressing your shortcut key of keyboard 1 or 2. If I press 2, it will show on the second viewer, which is the right side, and if I press 1, it will show on the left viewer. Alright, so currently merge 6 is the mastermind of all the mess. It works. The output of merge 6 is like this single output video of containing all of this hard work. So let's throw the output of this merge 6 and connect it to the media out node. Okay, so now guys, if we see media node in the second viewer, you can see, yeah, finally we can see something on our media out. And this is what at the end media out will going to throw in the edit page. So now quickly switch on the edit page, and yeah, you can see our hard work, guys. Congratulations, very well. So let's continue to learn about different type of node. This different category of node, I like to call them the effect nodes, because this works as an effect. This can modify any nature of your normal media node. This can connect to any node. It is used to change any nature or modify anything in your main node. Okay, let's quickly see what I am talking about. So let's say bye bye to our hard work, delete all of this hard work. Okay, so we are left with just the background node. Okay, let's hit in viewer 1, and as usual, media 2 is on the second viewer but still seeing nothing. Let's give it some output to see anything. Alright, it can see now. Now guys, what are the effects nodes? So the nodes you see here are some of the examples of the effect node, which in this case, this is the color corrector node, and this is the blur node, this is the brightness contrast node. Okay, this, and one more very famous node which is not, I'm not seeing here, is the transform node. So you can search any node by just pressing the shortcut key shift and spacebar, and here you can search transform node. So this will be the most commonly nodes you are going to use. So these are the some examples of what I call as effect nodes. You get to know about nodes, like what kind of node will affect node, just by practicing. All right, so here what makes this nodes different. First thing I can tell is we have only the foreground input to it. We have only one input, unlike the merge node which has two input, and the media node which has no input except the mask input, which is present in all the nodes. So we have this yellow input. Why is this for? This makes the effect node a bit different. So effect nodes is used to modify the nature of your normal node. You can just connect it. So here you can see this chain. You can just connect any effect node in between this node, and so it's not connected yet, and so what will happen is our normal node will go through this node and then to this node. It will add an effect. So you can connect any effect node in between the chain, or in or after any node. So just think of it as a suppressor. I'm talking about the gun. You can add suppressor to your gun. The same way you add this effect node to your main nodes. It will not change the working, but it will definitely change the nature of your node. Now, to connect any effect node in between this chain, you just hold shift and just drag it in on this chain line, and once you see this type of blue and white input, just drop it. So you can see our node will first go to this effect, or we can say the suppressor in the example of our gun, and then the result of this will come in the second node. So it's think of it as we have done nothing. It's just drawing the output of this background node. It's just some sort of control over the background node, over this node, which will work as an effect. You can adjust it or do anything to it. So if I change anything here, the blur level, we have this blur node, so it will not show any result because it is just the solid colors. For this example, let's insert some different image. Let's insert this video for now. I will use this video as a background. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Just connect the output to the media out, and yeah, now we'll hold shift and insert this in between these two nodes. So now this blur node is like a controller of the blur effect to this media 1 node. So if I increase the blur in the inspector, just select this, remember to select this blur node, and just I can modify anything, any settings here. I increase the blur. You can see our media is now blurred. This is how the effect node will work. If I want to remove this, again hold shift and just drag it, it will be removed. If you now insert the transform effect, just simply insert it in between. Now you can see this every node has its different effects on in the inspector menu. So transform is usually for transforming any clip. So you can simply transform the size, the position, and the angle, anything, like that, okay. So if you can easily remove it if you don't want it in future. This is how the effect node will work. There's also a shortcut to place the effect node. Just select your media in node and directly just click on this effect node. In this case I'll use the color corrector node and just click on it. It's like a shortcut. It just directly connect any effect node to your media. Now you can change the color. It has some different controls. Alright, this is also effect node. Let's delete it for now. So we have learned about the effect node as well. Now guys, let's see about the mask nodes, or how the masking work in DaVinci Resolve. So let's again delete this node here. We'll use our background node for this example again. Okay, so let's delete this effects node really quick. Now let's import our logo of DaVinci Resolve. Now just quickly connect this output to the output of our background, so it will result in the merge node. Again, this is the background and this is the foreground. Alright, so guys, how will the mask input will work? To use the mask input, we have different kind of nodes. That nodes can be used as a mask input. So that these nodes are over here, which is the shapes. Usually this will be in the form of shapes, which will rectangle, ellipse, circle, polygon, and B-spline. Alright, this 4 node we can say the mask node, which used to create different masks. So guys, here let's see for only the first window for the media in node. So let's drag this rectangle here. Okay, so this is the rectangle. You can see this much area it is covering right now. So if I connect this output of rectangle to the media, to the mask input, which is in this blue color of any media in node of any node, so what it will do, it will tell that whatever node is going to be connected, that only show the effect of that node to this particular area, which is the rectangle. So if I connect this to the mask input, you can see guys, this is only going to show the media only on that area. If I increase the size, you can see that clearly. Okay, so this is what is meant by the mask input. If I removed it, it will be normal, but if I connect this rectangle again, so it means that only show this media on to that selected area. You can also control the softness from the inspector menu of the mask. You can invert the mask, means it will work totally opposite. Like on the selected area, it will not show the effect of this node, and rest of the area it will show it like this. Okay, you can control the positions of the mask like this. This is how the mask works. Now interesting thing is that mask can be connected to any node. It's not like that we can only connect this to the media node. Suppose, let's disconnect this. Suppose guys, we have connected a blur node to this media node or this logo, and we have increased the blur size. Okay, so now if you can see the mask in the first viewer. This is our mask right now. Okay, so if I guys now So guys, if I now connect this rectangle to any effect node, what it will do is, instead of cropping, it will, if it is a effect node, the mask will tell the effect node that only show your effect only onto this particular area. So let's connect it pretty quick. So you can see it only showing this to this particular area. You can increase the width, you can increase the size, but it doesn't matter because the size of this media is only this much of width. So you can see this only showing the result onto the selected mask input rectangle, selected mask rectangle. Alright, if you invert this, it will blur everything except the selected area, mask area. So this is how the mask input works. There's different kind of mask you get here. Here is the ellipse mask. You can just connect it directly here, so it's in the form of ellipse. You can directly connect the mask. There is also a shortcut for connecting the mask also. Just select this and select the mask shapes, so it will directly connect the mask by default. Alright, we have this polygon mask. This is very interesting. You can draw anything. If you selected the polygon mask, you can draw anything, and you can draw any custom shapes with the polygon and just connect it to the mask input. So you can see you can modify it after also. So you can just you can make some custom shapes. Alright, and there are multiple controls for this, but we will not go very deep into this because that will take a lot of time. Just it is there to create custom shapes of mask. Alright, again you can use, so this is how it is masking. Again you can use this into the effect node as well. Let's see the example. I am going to color correct this. Okay, and if I connect the mask which is currently in this shape to the color corrector in the blue input, right, so it will mask only that particular shape. Only in that particular shape area it will show its green color corrector effect. Okay, if I invert this, it will invert that. So this is how guys masking works in DaVinci Resolve. Alright, now let's delete this mess. Now I want to show you a very interesting concept of spline and keyframes. So let's, before showing these two keyframes, first let me show you that you can animate in Fusion also, and you should animate in Fusion only because we got this nice controls over here. So let's add a transform node really quick onto our media node by pressing shift and spacebar and search transform. Here this node, just add it. This is the effect node to our media node. So we use, so you can see all the controls in DaVinci Resolve. We can animate any of these controls. So let's quickly animate the X position. The starting position will be this, and yeah, one more thing I forgot to tell you about is, you can see this particular thing over here, these numbers are nothing but it represent our frames, because currently our project setting is I think around 24 fps. So on this is the 24th frame, and this time is of 1 second because we have 24 frame per second setup. Alright, so let's come to a very first frame and make a keyframe here, starting keyframe here. Alright, the starting position will be this, and on the frame 60 let's make another keyframe and just change the position, ending position, to around here. So you can see on the first position, on the first frame it was here, and on the 60th frame it was here. So as you know, we have the animation setup, so it will of course animate. Okay, one more interesting thing is you can see your keyframe points on here also, and on this frame window also, by this white marker, small marker, which will be useful, very useful, which you can animate everything. Here we have animated the center position, center offset using the transform, and also you can animate the size also, like on the 0th frame size will be this, and on the frame 60 the size will be increased, so it will animate the size also. We have two animations in our video. So suppose if we want to modify any changes to our animation, or we want to make it smooth, we can do all of these things in this spline viewer. Alright, so let's open this spline viewer, but first need select the transform node and open the spline viewer. And for now you can disable the node section. Here is how this spline section will look like. In the right side you can see it will show all of the properties or attributes where we have used the animation. So the animation is used only on the transform node. Okay, so if I open this, if I expand this, you can see we have animated the center position. Alright, so it's showing the center. So let's quickly select it. Alright, select it, and you can see we have this linear graph over here. If you can't see it, just press this window, this button, so it will fit in the frame. So you can control and space bar, control and scroll bar, you can change the size. So these are the two keyframes, the first keyframe and the second keyframe of the displacement node, center path, which is this attribute. So you can currently you can see it is very linear, like it just starts with the same strength and end with the same strength. It just don't look so good. Okay, so to make it smooth, what we can do is select these two nodes. Once you do it, you can see we have certain options enabled here. So we are interested in this smooth option. If you click this, you can see the linear curve is now converted into an S-type curve. Okay, you can modify it by dragging this options over here, so it will just make it a bit smoother. If I play it now, so you know it looks a bit smooth than before. If you are master in handling the curves, you can of course go and modify it a bit further by changing the graph. So by changing the graph, it will show some different effects like this. In the beginning it was fast and it slows down gradually like this. Like this. And in the same way, if you drag this thing, it will slow in the start and fast in the beginning like this. So just play with the curve. If you want to modify the curves, you can use the spline window. Alright, let's close this spline and open our nodes again. So if we have this spline window, then what is the keyframe windows for? So if you don't want to modify the working or the strength or of the keyframes, just use the keyframe window. Keyframe interface. So it is similar to the node interface spline, but in this case you can only modify the position of the keyframes. So let's select our transform node first, hide our nodes. Now in transform it shows you like that you have changed the size and the displacement. So what thing you want to change the keyframes of? Let's change the keyframe of the displacement, and if you it doesn't showing you anything, so just press this button here over here to make it appear. So guys, this is for the center displacement, and this one is showing is for the size, because we have also animated the size also. So but we are interested in displacement right now. So here it shows the ending position, and here is the it shows the starting position, and here is the ending position. So if you want to change the ending position of this displacement, which is this path from here to here, you can change the position just by selecting and dragging it like this. So instead of frame 60 it will now on frame 30. So if I play it now, it will be a bit faster. Yes, like faster than before. But the size is still animate on this point. So if you want to change that also, you can also do that. You can just bring it all to the 30 frame as well. So if I now play it, the size will also grow faster. So this is the use of the keyframe window. So I have give you a basic idea of how every workspace is function. Now we are going to create some advanced effect, recreate some of the videos, so that you can know more about the Fusion. And remember one more thing, guys, one more thing, what we have done is, in the case of green screen, if I connect this to the background node, of course it will result in the merge. Alright, so if I now want to remove this green screen, we have already done it, which we have used the delta gear node, which is of course a effect node as well, effect node. So if I need to remove its background, so where should I add the effect node? Of course on this media in node, because this is the node we want to add some effects to. So select this node and hit Ctrl spacebar or Shift spacebar or Shift and spacebar. Search for delta gear, and this is also one kind of effect node. And here in the inspector you get this eyedropper tool. Just select any color you want to remove. Alright, so it will result in that. So we have successfully removed the green screen. So this was also the effect node. Now I think you will understand it better. Now it's time to practice it by recreating some of the effects from Magnets Media video using Fusion. We are going to recreate a typography effect used by Magnets Media in one of his video. I'll show you that. Here is his video. You can see this. So in this effect you can notice it's like the right tone effect. By chance, if you remember in our typography lesson, we have already done this right on effect. It is right on effect, right? You can see we have animated the text, but something is different in this effect. As you can see, as you can notice, if I zoom in, you can see first of all some part of this text is in red color and some part of it is in white color. Also you can see the font weight is bold in this particular part of his text. So how did he achieve this? So let's recreate this effect, and by recreating this effect you will learn some more concepts of text plus effect. So yeah, we are going to achieve this by this text plus node here. And as I told you, this was the very important node, text plus title or whatever you can say. This is a very important title, text plus, because this particular effect is only achievable by this text plus node, text plus effect. Alright, let's disable this or delete this. Let's put this effect aside for a moment. So I have this video background as a, it is just random. Main thing here is the text. So what should we do? First of all, let's make the write on effect, which we have already in the typography introduction, but still let's create one more time in case some of you forgot it. It's alright. So here, come to this write on property. Alright guys, so let's create this effect. So let's make first keyframe on the starting of the text by hitting this diamond key button on right side of this write on property, and just decrease the end value to 0, because this is where the text should be start and this is how it should be end. So we have set it to 0, and after moving some frames forward around 1 second, we will reveal it again. This is our write on effect which we have done already. It's a bit slow, but we'll fix it. I'll show you how. Now let's change its font. I'm using Georgia font here because this is the closest font I could get, which he used. So first step we have done, which is the write on effect. Now for this thing we need to use Fusion tab. And you know the cool part about the text plus effect, text plus layer or text plus title, you can modify this in Fusion tab also. Here you can see we have this Fusion icon here. It is because this text plus node, text plus effect is editable in Fusion tab also. So for some advanced things we are going to switch to the Fusion page. Alright, so let's close this media pool for now. So here we are in Fusion page with our text plus node. This is actually our text plus node, and this is our media out result. Here please, here it is in 2 window mode. We don't need this window, so by clicking this you can switch to the one window viewer. Alright, nice. So here we have our current state of our effect. So now what we need to do, first of all, let's make this a bit faster. Currently this is very slow, but before that, how are we gonna achieve that certain part of the text should be different style, should be of different style? This is achievable by using character level styling, which is provided by DaVinci Resolve. So here, first of all let's change the title. Let's write it like so here we have written character level styling. Now to actually do character level styling, what you need to do is right click on this area, and here on the third option you can see character level styling. Just click on it, and the moment you will click on this, nothing will happen yet. But here, as you can notice, we have enabled different tab here, which is the modifiers. Just go into it, and here also we are seeing nothing. Why so? Because for character level styling you need to select some character. Alright, so come to this window and just select it like this. So you know, the moment you select any character, this thing will show its properties to change. If you deselect it, nothing here to change. So let's suppose we want to change the style of this level. Alright, suppose we want to change the color of this level to a red color. You can achieve this by selecting this, some different color. So you can see we have only selected this particular characters, so hence the style of this characters is only affected. Alright, you can even change the size of this particular character. If you want, you can do anything special. So as you can see, you can just make this particular section bold, achievable. So this is how this effect was achievable in the character level styling. One more thing, the I told you that we will make this animation a bit faster. To do this, let's modify the keyframes. You know, we have made keyframes on this right on effect, right on property, right? So to modify this, just go into spline. So to make the effect faster, what I told you, we need to make keyframes closer, right? To change the speed of the animation, we need to change the position of the keyframes. So just to change the position of this particular right on effect, just come into spline, where we can modify any keyframes used in this composition. So for a moment, I will hide this nodes section also, to make this spline more visible. Now here we have this right on. So here we have the options where the animation is on. So we have made the animation on right on end part. So we will check on the right on end. You can see we have two keyframes. And by the way, if you don't see this in single window, just click on this icon. Alright, so this is a starting and this is the ending key point. First of all, let's make it a bit smoother. So just select this 2 point, and here we have the option to make it smooth, or you can just press your shortcut key S, but we'll use this. So you can see we have a nice curve here. You can modify it if you want. So here it is a bit smoother, but we want to make it faster. So how to change the position of the keyframe? We have this option. If you select those two keyframes to change the position, we have the option of time stretch here in spline. Just click on this, and you can, with this time stretch, you can change the position of the selected keyframes. So I want to make it closer, just make it closer. That's it. So this will be a bit faster than before, if you notice. Yes, it is. So I think it looks good now. Now if we again switch to the edit page, we have our styling applied same as the Magnets Media effect. We are going to recreate a typography effect used by Magnets Media in one of his video. I'll show you that. Here is his video. You can see this. So in this effect, you can notice it's like the right on effect. By chance, if you remember in our typography lesson, we have already done this right on effect. It is right on effect, right? You can see we have animated the text. But something is different in this effect. As you can see, as you can notice, if I zoom in, you can see, first of all, some part of this text is in red color and some part of it is in white color. Also, you can see the font weight is bold in this particular part of his text. So how did he achieve this? So let's recreate this effect, and by recreating this effect, you will learn some more concepts of text plus effect. So yeah, we are going to achieve this by this text plus node here. And as I told you, this was the very important note, you text plus title, or whatever you can say. This is the very important title, text plus, because this particular effect is only achievable by this text plus node, text plus effect. Alright, let's disable this or delete this. Let's put this effect aside for a moment. So I have this video background as a, it is just random. Main thing here is the text. So what should we do? First of all, let's make the right on effect, which we have already in the typography introduction, but still let's create one more time in case some of you forgot it. it's alright. So here come to this write on property. Alright guys, so let's create this effect. So let's make first keyframe on the starting of the text by hitting this diamond key button on right side of this write on property, and just decrease the end value to 0, because this is where the text should be start and this is how it should be end. So we have set it to 0, and after moving some frames forward around 1 second, we will reveal it again. This is our write on effect which we have done already. It's a bit slow, but we'll fix it. I'll show you how. Now let's change its font. I'm using Georgia font here because this is the closest font I could get, which he used. So first step we have done, which is the write on effect. Now for this thing we need to use Fusion tab. And you know the cool part about the text plus effect, text plus layer or text plus title, you can modify this in Fusion tab also. Here you can see we have this Fusion icon here. It is because this text plus node, text plus effect is editable in Fusion tab also. So for some advanced things we are going to switch to the Fusion page. Alright, so let's close this media pool for now. So here we are in Fusion page with our text plus node. This is actually our text plus node, and this is our media out result. Here please, here it is in 2 window mode. We don't need this window, so by clicking this you can switch to the one window viewer. Alright, nice. So here we have our current state of our effect. So now what we need to do, first of all, let's make this a bit faster. Currently this is very slow, but before that, how are we gonna achieve that certain part of the text should be different style, should be of different style? This is achievable by using character level styling, which is provided by DaVinci Resolve. So here first of all let's change the title. Let's write it like so here we have written character level styling. Now to actually do character level styling, what you need to do is right click on this area, and here on the third option you can see character level styling. Just click on it, and the moment you will click on this, nothing will happen yet. But here, as you can notice, we have enabled different tab here, which is the modifiers. Just go into it, and here also we are seeing nothing. Why so? Because for character level styling you need to select some character. Alright, so come to this window and just select it like this. So you know, the moment you select any character, this thing will show its properties to change. If you deselect it, nothing here to change. So let's suppose we want to change the style of this level. Alright, suppose we want to change the color of this level to a red color. You can achieve this by selecting this some different color. So you can see we have only selected this particular characters, so hence the style of this characters is only affected. Alright, you can even change the size of this particular character if you want. You can do anything special. So as you can see, you can just make this particular section bold, achievable. So this is how this effect was achievable in the character level styling. One more thing, I told you that we will make this animation a bit faster. To do this, let's modify the keyframes. You know, we have made keyframes on this write on effect, write on property, right? So to modify this, just go into spline So to make the effect faster, what I told you, we need to make keyframes closer, right? To change the speed of the animation, we need to change the position of the keyframes. So just to change the position of this particular right on effect, just come into spline, where we can modify any keyframes used in this composition. So for a moment I will hide this nodes section also, to make this spline more visible. Now here we have this right on, so here we have the options where the animation is on. So we have made the animation on right on end part, so we will check on the right on end. You can see we have two keyframes, and by the way, if you don't see this in single window, just click on this icon. Alright, so this is a starting and this is the ending key point. First of all, let's make it a bit smoother. So just select this 2 point, and here we have the option to make it smooth, or you can just press your shortcut key S, but we'll use this. So you can see we have a nice curve here. You can modify it if you want. So here it is a bit smoother, but we want to make it faster. So how to change the position of the keyframe? We have this option. If you select those two keyframes, to change the position, we have the option of time stretch here in spline. Just click on this, and you can, with this time stretch, you can change the position of the selected keyframes. So I want to make it closer, just make it closer. That's it. So this will be a bit faster than before, if you notice. Yes, it is. So I think it looks good now. Now if we again switch to the edit page, we have our styling applied same as the Magnets Media effect. Now it's time to learn about a very advanced effect and a very important and essential effect you can learn of DaVinci Resolve, and that is the camera 3D effects. We are going to learn how this 3D camera works, 3D nodes work, how image plane 3D works. What is this 3D camera 3D effects? So think a real life scenario where a cameraman tries to take a dolly shot of objects so that the end result will look something like this. We can see this as some objects. Consider this man as a 3D object and it has a movement which is going backward. The camera going backward. So it looks something like this. The same way we can create. Similarly, in DaVinci Resolve, we have the power to create a 3D environment by our own, having our own cameraman, and we can make anything 3D objects. Maybe a text node, it may be an image, it may be a video. You can convert it and you can make it the 3D object, to which we can add some movements, camera movements, and the end result look like we have shot it from a real camera. This is the power of 3D camera. So with this technique, we can unlock a way to create more dynamic and 3D looking effects. Let's start learning this 3D effects. So let's import this new Fusion composition, here, and open it into a Fusion page. Okay, so by default you will left out with this just media out node. So first of all, let's import a background node. Let's change the color of this background to a nice sky blue color. Now just don't connect it to the media out now. So let's view this into a source viewer, second source viewer. So I'll hit 2 on my keyboard, or just press this dot. Alright, here we have this. So now what we need to do, we need to convert this into a 3D image plane, because to work with 3D you need to convert every object into a 3D object, and the way you can do it by converting this into a 3D image plane. Alright, so any footage, any background, any image, any video, if you you need to convert that into an image 3D plane. Alright, so to create this into an image 3D plane, we have this node here, image plane 3D. Just drag it and connect it to this node, or what you can do, just simply select it and just click on it, so it will by default connected. So our background is now an image 3D plane is now connected to an image 3D plane. So it will work like a 3D object now. So if I show you the result up till now in this second viewer, you can see what I wanted to say. Just see in this right view, we have created an environment, and this is a 3D, this is converted into a 3D object. You can see this is 3D. Our background is 3D now. Alright guys, so how can you control all of this movement? So to control this movement, I am pressing the Alt key. I am holding down the Alt key, and with my mouse scroll button, just hold it that also, and you will be able to control the view in which you want to see the result. Alright, so this is our 3D background. Okay, just think it as of a 3D object. So now you can add multiple 3D objects. So for example, here I have this background image. I have this some cutout images I get from the PNG viewing site. I have this image of this object. This is background. So let's import both of them here. Let's close this. Wait, let's import it here. Let's rename this so we don't get confused. We can name it as trees. Here we can name it as guy, so just you don't get confused. So now, like this background, we need to convert both these two nodes also again to 3D objects. So just copy this image plane 3D, select this, and by Ctrl C, and select this trees node and press Ctrl V, also with the guy object. So we have connected 3D this node to all of them. Alright, this is doing nothing, just converted all three of it into a 3D object, because to work with 3D plane you need to change your normal objects to a 3D object, and the way you can do it only by using this image plane 3D. Okay, so now we want to see all of them together. So how will you see them? The only way you can see all these planes together will be after these three get merged. So to merge these 3D objects, there is a special merge node especially for these 3D objects, which is the merge 3D. Here you can see merge 3D node. You can just insert this here, or you can just press Ctrl space and search it also, merge 3D. It will be work as same. So you need to connect the output of all of this to this merge 3D. Now this is different. Merge 3D is different than normal merge. Normal merge can only have the foreground input and the background input and the foreground input. But this merge 3D, you can connect as many 3D objects to it. Alright, we are viewing this image plane into the scene, into the second viewer. If we see this into the second viewer, you can see it is converted. This also converted into 3D. So now let's connect all of them to our merge 3D by just like this. It's simple. So now all of them are merged. If to see this, I need to view this into the second viewer. To do this, just enable this right view option and it will be seen. So currently it is messed up because all 3D plane has same Z value, so they are merged in all of them. You can see from this angle, yeah, so they all just get messed up in each another. So to fix them, select this first background merge 3D image plane 3D, and here in the transform you can change the Z position of this background by doing this, like this. Okay, so make it apart like this. And for the second trees we can also do the same, or we can just drag it from this screen controls also, just like this. And lastly this, so you can see this has so much big size, so we can just scale it down. This is just changing its size, nothing else. Okay, so we have all of them to arranged in our 3D environment. Okay, so now if we connect this merge 3D into the media out, you can see we can't able to connect it. Why? Because my friend, this is a 3D environment and you cannot, this merge 3D has the Fusion, the merge 3D has the power to render this 3D looking scene, but in media out it works as a normal, it needs to be shown as a normal 2D object. So to do this, we again need to convert this whole 3D composition into a 2D composition so that we can be able to view in this edit page. So for that purpose we need to convert this merge 3D merged into a 2D merge. So to do this, we have a special kind of node again, which is render 3D. So what this render 3D node will do, it will take the input of this 3D scene, whatever 3D things you are going on, it will take this as input, convert this into a 2D looking scene. If I view this in the second viewer, you will get an idea. Yes, you can see it just renders it as a 2D image. Alright, and just get this output and connect it to media out. Okay, so if we see media out in the second viewer, you can see this is how it will look. So we have just positioned our images into a 3D plane. What you can do is just in the second viewer open this media out, the end result, but the merge 3D you can view this in the first viewer. So drag it on the first viewer. Here is what the original picture is going on. So guys, now we are missing a very important and crucial element in this whole 3D environment, but just have a proper look on this. Just remember all of this thing. You will, if you are going to create any 3D effect, screenshot this, because this is like a template. This whole of these nodes you need to render everything you are creating a 3D effect. First of all, convert all of your normal objects, videos, photos into this using this image plane 3D to a 3D object. Alright, once they are converted into 3D objects, just merge all of them into one single merge. This is the single merge, and convert that merge into again a 2D merge with this rendered 3D, and just get the output in the media out. This is the theme or template, we can say, going on in every 3D effect you will make. Alright, now what was the crucial important thing we are missing, which is the camera 3D. So in merge 3D we can add a camera. So our cameraman, remember, we need our cameraman to shoot through this camera movement, like from here to here, and create a nice dynamic shot. So to add the camera, we'll select our merge 3D and again hit shift and spacebar or control spacebar, that works fine, and search camera 3D. Here we have, and the moment we add it, what just happened? You can see our camera is very close to this object, so this is the output it throws. So to fix this, just move your camera. Okay, so just select your camera and move it a little backward. So here you can see this is how the picture is going on. So currently we have just mess up things. So to fix this, we have not properly scaled things properly. So let's fix this. First select our background image, which is this blue plane. Any transformation we need to do, we will do on this image plane of every objects. So just scale it in the transform window, scale it so it will cover up the whole area. All right, and the trees, scale the trees also. Okay, and this our guy, scale it down because it is too big right now. I think this is good, and you can change the position, X position. Oh, it just moved too much, X position. Or you can control this from here also, this red arrow, but I like to control things from here and from here. Actually, this is the X position. Have a look at here also. If I change the Y position, it will be changing in the plane also. Okay, and the whatever the cameras will see, you will be getting that output. Just simple. Think like a real life camera is shooting through all of this. Alright, now guys, we can have our camera, we can move our camera and record things. How we'll do it? So come to our camera 3D, select our camera 3D node and just zoom it like this, and you can animate it like going backward. Let's do it. So in our camera here, you can see on the transform panel, you need to animate the Z movement, because Z is for this direction. Okay, so make a keyframe note here. At the 0th frame, make a keyframe, and initial position of our camera will be like this much. Okay, and after some around 50-60 frames, make another keyframe and make our camera zoom out or backward. Okay guys, this looks good now. So if we play it, you can see it works as a camera movement. Let it render it properly, because this is a heavy effect and I don't have a high spec laptop, high spec computer, so it lags a little. But once it's rendered, it will be smooth. It will be smoother. Let it render first. So what you can do, if it lags, to fix this, just right click here and uncheck the motion blur and high quality, and in the playback, in timeline proxy resolution, change this to half, so it will reduce some quality here, but it will not affect the original quality when you export it, just to get a smooth playback. You can see. So now we have a camera movement, right? You can also, so you can animate any direction. You can animate in any direction. Suppose if you want the Y direction of the camera to be animated, you can X direction of the camera to be animated, you can do it like this. You can animate it like in this position also. You can animate it like on Y position also, but for this example we have animated the Z position. You can combine all of this and make a nice camera movement, right? And also you can use the rotations also. Let me show you. So in initial, either you can control the rotation from here, or what you can do here, you can see you can switch to this axis control, rotate control, and this is the move control. So the moment you will do it, you get these 3 circles. Red is for X rotation, blue is for I guess. So you can rotate the with this controls also. You can see the camera. Okay, so let me show you how to animate this rotation also. So make a keyframe on this X rotation and make it look upward. So camera is looking upward, and the moment it gets backward, it will again show it to normal position. So on frame 60th again we will, or maybe 65, we will make again a keyframe and change it to a normal 0 value. Alright, so if we now play it, it will look something like this. So we have learned the basics of 3D animation and 3D camera in Fusion. Now it's time to recreate. Now we are going to recreate some advanced 3D effect which is used in Magnets Media video. I'll play one of its video that we are trying to recreate. This is the video we are going to recreate. We will recreate this effect in using the 3D camera which we have just learned, which we have just completed. So by recreating this, you will get a practical knowledge of how we can approach these videos. Let's start it. So I have collected some similar kind of footages to be used, not exactly the same, but for the background we are going to use this image. For the two mains we are going to use this images, and for that guy in the middle we are going to use this image. So I have somehow arranged these images and cut them out using the Adobe background remover. Alright, so let's start creating the video. Now I will show you a new way to create a fusion composition. We have seen this way of creating a fusion composition, but let's see another way of creating a fusion composition. I want you to just arrange them in an order you want to see in Fusion, like layer wise layer in this edit page only. So background comes here, the image of this two mans should come here. I'll just place it randomly. I am just placing it randomly, that where this should be, and our guy should be here. Alright, so this is just save some amount of time to arrange everything in Fusion. So we have arranged it in the timeline page for now, and what we can do is select all of them, right click and click on new Fusion clip. So this will make a Fusion composition, but the difference is that it will include those clips also in Fusion page. If I now switch back to Fusion or open this in Fusion by right clicking this and here open in Fusion page, if I do this, so it will, you can see it already inserted all of the media we have arranged in this page the same way we have arranged on the edit page. That will save some amount of time. Alright guys, so we have this medias, we can see particular media on this viewer one, Let's rename this so that we will not get confused by pressing F2. Let's call it background. What's this? Let's call it left guy, left all main. Let's call it right all main. Let's call this guy boy. Alright guys, so by default what it does is it merges all of this. So by default it merges background, and on background it merged the left this man, and on this merge it added, it create another merge with the right man, and so on. So but for 3D effect we don't need the merge, but we are going to create a 3D, so just let's delete these merges. We don't need this merge, and disconnect this media out for now. So we have just left out with this medias, with this media ins. Alright, now to create a 3D environment, guys, what we need to do, we need to create all of this normal 2D images into a 3D plane, 3D object. So to do that, what we have learned, we need to connect it to a image plane 3D, because these are images or text, anything, because these are images. Alright, so select any layer, select any media in, press Ctrl and spacebar and search for image plane 3D. Either you can do it in this way, or you can select it from here also, just like this. So these are now converted into 3D objects. We can take output of each of them and connect it to a single merge, where that merge will work as a 3D environment for us. So let's import a merge node, 3D merge node. Here's the 3D merge node, just drag it here and just connect output of all of this 3D images or 3D planes to this single merge. Alright, and if we now see this merge in this first viewer, you can see all of the images here. We can see them. So as we know, by default they have the same Z value, so that's why guys, that's why they all just stick together, because they have the same Z plane. Don't worry, we'll fix them now. So let's fix that. So background should be behind. Alright, so select our background image plane, or okay, background image plane. Select the image plane which is connected to our background. Now with the blue arrow you can control the Z value or the Z direction. This is the Z direction. Alright, so make it behind this, let's say this much. Okay, and let's select the left all main. This should be here, it's fine. And by the way, yes, I can rotate this by pressing Alt and middle mouse button, which is the scroll button. So by holding this two, you can move it around like this in any direction. So our boy in the middle, this should be here in the middle of these. So we have changed the Z index like this. So guys, you know, this has created a 3D environment. Just imagine like they are in real life, and our cameraman should be shoot through these objects. Okay, now if we try to arrange it in a way that is practical. or in a real life scenario. So a camera can go into the scene. Okay, so let's add our cameraman. All right, so just select on this merge node, hit Control spacebar, and search for camera 3D. So this node is very special because this adds a camera to our scene. Now if we select our camera and see what our camera is seeing. Okay guys, so we have connected our camera to the scene. Here is the camera, you can see. If you can see, here is our camera. So to get the output of what this camera is seeing, you know what this camera is seeing, we need to convert this 3D environment to a 2D image. Alright, we have learned that. And what node should we use to get the output in 2D node, in a 2D form? That is the render 3D. Alright, so select the merge 3D and connect. Again press Control spacebar and search render 3D. This time we have this render 3D. What this render 3D will do, whatever the camera see, okay, whatever the camera see, it will throw the output. It will throw the exact same output. So if I place this in the second viewer, you can see this is what our camera is seeing right now, because you can see here our camera is so close to this man, so that's why it is seeing this. If I move this around, you can see this is generating exactly what our camera is seeing. Okay, so let's fix this. So now just let's place the positions to where they should be. Okay, so first of all, let's move our camera very back. All right, I think this should be okay, I guess. Let's move it more further, like this. Like this, and just change the position of this image planes. So in the inspector we can make this of bigger size, because you can see here we can see the transparency. So to make the size of the background bigger, just come into the inspector, and here in the transform you need to select the image plane 3D node of the background. Okay, so in the inspector, in the transform, you can here's the scale part. You can increase the scale value so that the size of this will be increasing. Let's move our camera X direction to default so that it will be in center. Alright, so we have scaled the background. Now guys, what we can do, this left element we can increase the Z value around here, because I want it to be close. I want that our camera should be very close to these two people, so that it will zoom in through both of them. Okay, I want our camera to zoom in between these two peoples. All right, so again do it with this second guy. All right, you can also scale down a little bit, like this much, also with this guy. Alright guys, so we can change the position of this main looking this side to this side. By here we can either rotate the z index, z value. So this you can see this by if we can rotate this in a way, you can transform it and change its x value. Either you can do it by here, doesn't way. Alright, so we have placed them correctly now, and now it's time for the poet to be placed correctly. Let's make it more close to the camera. Alright guys, so you can select the camera and you can just roughly play by dragging the camera in and out, that what scene it should create, it would create. So guys, I think we need to place the boy more towards here. So that our camera has more space to move. I think this is good enough. We'll start from here and we will just zoom in like this. Okay guys, so we have placed our scenes correctly. You can see this is how we have placed our subjects. This is the background, this is the main subject, this is two side characters. You can add more subjects if you want. The main thing to notice here is whatever our camera will see, you will get to see. Whatever our camera will see, you will get to see that exact thing in the output. Alright, so it's time to now animate the scene. Just move your camera like this, so it will be animated. Okay, alright guys, so select our camera. Now what we need to animate, first of all we need to animate the z value. Okay, so let's place a keyframe here on the z index, on the translation, on the frame 0. Let's come to frame 100 and just move your camera like this much. I think this much is fine, I guess. So if you play it, you can see we have a nice camera movement. We have a nice camera movement. So what we can do is we have it's playing slow, so what we can do is just make the second keyframe on 70th frame only, and come to the next frame, copy this value, remove this keyframe from here, because we want to end the animation on 70th frame only. So this is how this will look. On the 70th frame we have this value, and in the 0th frame we have this value. So if I play it, it will show something like this. It will show something like this. Alright, and if you play the original video, I have this original video here for just a preview. If I play this in preview 1, here you can see that we have a z direction rotation also. Here is the rotation before and after. We have a rotation also. So now it's time to make some rotation in our video. Okay, so come to again transform, Alright, now on the 0th frame, we will rotate our camera. If we rotate the we'll rotate our camera. Just select don't forget to remember to select our camera node, and in the rotation we can either rotate the X. We are rotating camera here, focus on the camera. Okay, if we rotate this, it will look up and down. If we rotate the Y direction, it will rotate in Y direction. Okay, but here we are rotating in the Z direction. Okay, through this blue pole. So the initial position would look something like this. If you can see here, we have cutting our background, so we need to scale it more. The image plane connected to our background, scale it to fill the gap. Now again select the camera. So we will make a keyframe on the Z rotation, and again come to the 70th frame and again make a keyframe and make it 0 to the default position. So we have this rotation, the rotation value of this, and on the 70th frame we have the rotation value of default. So if I now play it, you can see the movement. It's looking nice. Actually it's looking very good, very nice, guys. Okay, so in the meantime we are going to add the text also. Alright, so let's add text also, because we can see here we have text also. A teenager abandons his life on his family's farm. So this is the text we have on this original video. You can see it has this write on effect which we have learned already. So let's add this. Now it's time to add some text to our scene. Okay, so to add the 3D text, what we can do is, here is the text plus node. Just import this text plus node, and to connect this into a merge, we need to convert this also into a 3D object. Alright, so to convert this into a 3D object, just connect image plane 3D to it. Alright, and just connect the output of this to merge 3D. So if you can see, we can see our text, but we haven't write anything yet. So just write here. So just write here, nature abandoned his life on the first line of the text, and you can see it looks something like this. So let's change the font to a similar looking font, which is Impact. Okay, so guys, here you can see this is too big, so we can scale it down from this image plane 3D, transform, scale it down to around here, and change the Y position to around here. By the way, we are focusing on how it will look at the end of the animation, which is on the 70th frame. So position our text accordingly, and the second text, which is, again copy this to node and paste it. So this will be the second text. Just connect it the same way. Now on this text too, we will write the second line of the video, which is the family's farm, and the second line, just come to this position of this image plane 3D and just change the Y position to around here. change the scale to around this much. So it is appearing after the boy, so we need to change the z position also to make it behind our. So yeah guys, so we have changed the z value of the second text. Let's scale it more. Alright, this is fine. Okay, we have forgot one thing, to add a write on animation to it. Okay, so let's first add the write on animation to our text one. Let's come to the frame 0 and just, so we are on the 0th frame. Alright, now we need to animate the write on property of these to get that write on animation effect. Okay, so just make a keyframe here and come 15 frames further in the time and make another keyframe. So what we need to do, we need to again come to this 0th keyframe. So we want that on this keyframe our text should be not visible, and the next keyframe it should be fully visible. So it will create this animation. Alright, this is the first animation, and once it finishes on this 15th frame, we need to start animating the second text. So again, make a keyframe here. Alright, make it invisible or set the end value, write on value to 0. Again, come some frames further, some frame after, and make another keyframe and set this value to be full. So it will look something like this. Alright guys, let's change the z value of this text also, and the y position also, and scale also. So we have done the main animation here. So we completed the main animation which was in that video, the 3D animation. It actually looks good, you know. It feels like you can see in this viewer our camera will move, and whatever it see, it reflects the output or throws the output to this render 3D node. It's cool, right? It's actually cool guys. Let's play it. So in the edit page we are ready with this video. Now for the second scene. Now here is the second scene from the Magnets Media video. Now we are going to create this one. So what I did here is just for your practice, I just found some similar kind of images and just randomly arrange its position. These are the image of the branch. This is the boy, and this is the background. Okay, so I just randomly arranged it like this. Now the same way, to save some time, similarly we have the same way we have did for the previous effect. So similarly, just select all of this clip and convert it into a new fusion clip. Okay, and this is the clip second. Let's open this clip now in the fusion page. Right click and select open in fusion page, and you can see we have all the clips the same way we have arranged in the edit page. Alright, So to create it into a 3D environment, do the same process again. Just delete all these merges, and what we can do, we will just rename all of this. This is background, this is boy, and this is, I guess, wait, okay, this is bench 1. Alright, or you can give it a rename, range R, which is for right, and I rename this to range L, because this was the left one. Alright guys, so we have renamed it. Now just convert. Now what should we do? Just convert all of them into a 3D object. So to do that, just connect the 3D plane to all of them. So these are now converted into 3D objects. You can see, you can confirm it by watching the output of the background of the output of this image planner into the first viewer, and you will notice that this is actually a 3D object because we can move it in all 3 directions. Right, now let's connect all of them into one single environment. Here is the merge 3D node. Just drag it and connect the output of all of the objects to this merge 3D. Alright guys, now if I see the merge 3D in the first viewer, I can see all of my 3D objects into the scene. So currently they are just on the same Z value, so that's why we don't have any depth into it. So if I change the position of the image plane of the background, move it apart, to watch the output into the second viewer, we will connect the render 3D, which will again convert all of this 3D environment to the back to the 2D view. So we can view this 2D view into the second viewer. This is what it will look currently. Okay, we have, so let's connect the camera also, camera 3D. Okay, so currently our camera is so close to the object, so that's why it is this. So let's move our camera a little behind. Yes, we can now. I think this is good enough. A little bit. So now we are ready to animate the Z index of our camera. So just make a keyframe on the Z value of the translation of our camera. Okay, now on the frame 0 we have marked the first keyframe. Let's move some frame forward, like around frame 60. You can move your Z index closer, little closer, not too much. I think that should be good enough. So if I play this, it will be animated. So it is nicely animated, but I think the animation took so much time, so I will reduce the speed of this animation to a bit faster. So to do that, I need to change the position of this keyframe to on the 30th keyframe. So to do that, either I can copy the value of the Z index on the frame 60 and paste it here, or I can tell you another way of, if you want to adjust the timing of keyframe, you can adjust it very optimized way from here. Just aside this keyframe option, just side of the spline we have the keyframe option. If you enable this, let's disable nodes for now. And here you can see, we can see all of the keyframes if I click on show to fit. Okay, so currently we want to modify the keyframe of camera and the Z offset. So if you want to get rid of this all of this keyframe, just click here and show only selected tools. Okay, so it will only show the whichever is the selected keyframe here. Alright, so you can see this is two keyframes which we have marked on the frame 0 and frame 60. If I want, here I can easily just click on this and change the position of the second keyframe. Here you can see it's on the 30th keyframe now. Now if I play, our animation will be a bit faster. Alright guys, so this is a way to animate things, to change the position of the keyframe also. Okay, nice. Now we need to animate this to Frenches. Alright, let's enable our nodes again. Now let's select the right range. Okay, now to animate this, we are going to change the transform position of this image plane 3D. Alright, so here guys, you can see we can animate either the X position or by this red icon or red arrow, either the Y position by this Z and the Z position also we can rotate it like this and this. So let's animate this. Let's rotate it on the Z index. So I want the initial position to be this. So I will animate the Z rotation, I will animate the X translation or X offset. Alright, so on the frame 8th frame, what I will do is I will bring it closer to our object. Alright, I will also change the Z rotation, so it will look something like this. I have animated it so much. I think this is okay. Let's watch it now. So I want to change the position of the keyframes here. And I want it to be between yes, so it's look a bit nice. So just play with the position of the keyframe until you get your desired result. I think I am satisfied with this result for now. Now guys, the same way we are going to animate the left range. So we'll start its animation on the frame, I guess we'll start it on the frame 8. So here, until this, it should be not visible, so we'll just make it like this much. So it will be appear after from frame 8. So just make make diamond key. So just enable animation of this X translation, Y translation, and the zip, because we will animate its Y position also, we will animate its X position also, and we will animate its Z rotation also. Frame 30 and make it into position. So first the X position, I think this should be enough, and then the Y position, and then the Z rotation. I think this is good enough. So if I play it now, you can see I think it's good enough. Now for the background node, we can add blur. Alright guys, it looks good now. Hello again guys. So we have made this effect. Okay, now it's time to move a bit forward. Now it's time to create this second part of this effect. Here you can see in this, here's our main. We will make our camera go downwards, and there should be this next effect will would present in a 3D object way. Alright, I'll show you so you'll get it clear. Okay, let's again go back to the Fusion page. In our second effect, alright, so this is how we have been. Alright, so this is how we have been. Nothing too complicated, just some image plane 3Ds of this boy, this range, these two branches, and the background guys. Alright, so next thing is we need to recreate that second that third 3D plane which was behind of this first 3D plane. So I have this downloaded. I have this two images downloaded that will be used in the third effect. I'll show you quickly. This is for the boy, and this is for the guy shouting there. Alright, I just find it from the internet, just search man shouting image on the Google and found out this two images. When this is the said boy, let's start creating the third image plane. Alright, okay, so for that guys, either we can create this. Let me rename this. Okay, shouting man. Either we can create this into a 3D object, but you know, you can see this here, the resolution of this was too much, and it doesn't it it is not in the resolution we want. It's not in the resolution we are expecting. So to change it to the resolution of our current project settings, what we can do is, instead of directly creating this as a 3D image, 3D object, what we can do first of all, let's add a background node here. Okay, and merge our background node, merge this as a foreground on our background node, so it's like a canvas and you are just putting some stuff to that canvas. It will create results in a merge. Alright, so we will use this merge as we'll use this merge, and we will connect that into we will convert that into a 3D object. If I show you the merge in the first viewer, you can see the resolution now. It's 1920 by 1080. That's what we wanted. So if it's, you can see it crops the image because original was of higher resolution, so of course it will not get fit in, so you can easily just use a transform node to resize it. Let's, on this shouting main, let's hit control and space by selecting this and search transform node. This is the effect node between our chain, so it will transform this image. Let's go to inspector, reduce the size a little. Alright, I think we should keep it that much. Just reduce the position a bit. I think that will be fine. Okay guys, I am satisfied with this. So the merge is, we only care about the merge. Let's convert this into a 3D object. Alright, so select this and hit this 3D object, 3D image plane 3D, and you know what to do it now. Just connect our image plane 3D to the merge 3D. Whoa. So if you now see everything is messed up, yeah, because we have just added one more plant here. So what we can do, this image plane 3D, just we need to change its position a bit. So currently guys, here as you can see, we need to change the position. We need to make this third image object, 3D object, below this second effect we have created. So let's make changes to our image plane 3D. Come to the inspector and in transform. In transform, let's make it below this by reducing the y value of the translation. But here you can see we have this gap of because this image has the z position of this much and this image at this much, because these two planes have different z values. So we need to take care of that also, that it should be just exactly below this. You can just copy this z value for accuracy and just paste it here. Now you can see it will exactly match the z value. We need to make adjustment to the y value as well. I think this is good enough. Alright, so this is how our scene is looking right now, as you can see. So guys, let's animate it and then we'll add that sad boy here. So let's animate our camera here. We are here, okay, and from now on we need to start animating it to the downward. So on the frame 45 or 40, we can select our camera first of all. Alright, we have our camera. We need to animate the y position now. Alright, So we make a keyframe here as a starting point. So from here up till 10 frames, up till up till frame 55, up till frame 55, we are going to change the Z value of our camera, so that it will now show this guy here. If I play it, this is how it will look. This is not looking good right now, I know, because first of all it is too fast. Okay, so we need to change the position of this keyframe, like around on frame 65. I think this will be the good spot. So coming to the keyframe, like the camera, where is our camera? Here is our camera 3D. Let's check the selected only, let's check the show only selected tools, and guys, here you can see all the keyframes here. Okay, so currently what we are interested in the Y offset, this keyframe. Alright, this keyframe. So we need to change the position of, so we need to change the position of this to the frame, to the frame 60. So just drag it like here. Let's see if it's fine. Let's reduce the playback quality for now, and if we play it, alright, it looks weird because we can adjust its weirdness. So we have this gap over our object. So to fix this we can try to play with the camera angles, like so we can animate the camera angle instead of the y rotation, so it will fix that issue. So let's do it. So I think we need to use both the y the y translation also and rotation also. So in some scenario you might need to try and hit and try in some scenarios to find a solution. So let's do it. So we'll start the animation from right here on from 45. So let's make a keyframe on the y value, and the, I think, yeah, this is the x rotation. Okay, so on the x rotation, here is this 2 keyframe on the frame 45, and let's come to the frame 75 and let's make the value here, make the y translation a bit down, and also the x translation, I think here, and also the x translation. So meanwhile we will get with this results. I'll try to fix this by playing in the inspector menu. Right guys, so try to play with these options to get your desired frame. I'm satisfied with this result. You can go deep into it and change the settings according to your needs. So I'm happy with this. Now let's just get that sad boy here. Alright, so let's just really quick insert this sad boy over here to our plane. So again we need to convert this into a 3D plane. and just put it right over here. Let's fix the position really quick. Oh, it's too big. So first of all, let's move it below here. Alright, and let's scale this down. I will also rotate it like vertically. Okay, so now we can see here. Okay, so guys, here we are. We have just placed this boy here. You can select our camera 3D, and here I just want to make one more animation to our Y translation of our camera. You can just see what I want to say. So this is the how the final animation we have got. So I don't get the exact same images used in that Magnets Media video, but this is just for the tutorial purpose, so I have showed you. Alright, last thing is just smooth out the keyframes, guys, really quick. So guys, we can smooth some of the keyframes here, like from here the Y offset. This is, you can see, linear. Select these two keyframes, hit S to make it smooth, and just you can do something like this. So this is how we can create 3D camera effects in DaVinci Resolve. So now just see what we have created. We have firstly created this 3D effect and the second 3D effect in the second fusion composition and this second composition. So you can see this has two 3D objects in single video and this has one. So just make a smooth transition between this and this, just like our just I will use the light leaks video which I showed you. We can use this one. Okay, to use this as a transition between these two clips, just change its operation mode to the screen and we are good to go. So this is what we have created so far. You can complete rest of the effects. It is similar, just added the text.